Council. Where's my notes? 1:15.
Ready? Happy New Year, everybody. I would like to call to order the meeting of the Avalon City Council, which will also include a meeting of the City Council acting as the Housing Authority. And if we would please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And I would like us to take a moment to remember 5 people who have passed away from our community: Ann Haney, Leslie Shannon, Jimmy Hayes, Charles Nash, and Tony Guyan. Please be seated. So a storm before last, I was sitting outside, probably having a glass of wine, and I was inspired. So the winter winds explode, creating starlit nights and cosmic waves, a reminder of Earth's fury and beauty. Respect the unpredictability of the planet's offerings. As we walk to and fro, coping and attempting to meet our daily obligations or meeting the needs of others, we experience our own fury and beauty. This could be demonstrated as simply as saying hello, reaching out for a hug, or at times assisting with someone's more complex needs and issues. Creating solutions to issues big and small will help ensure we maintain the same blue skies, clear seas, and air in 2019 and beyond. You are the solution. Our Avalon family needs your support. Keep in touch and stay involved. Oh, thank you. Now if we may have the roll call.
Councilmember Albers?
Present.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Olson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Cassidy?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
Here. And I think we'll start with the presentation this evening.
Yes, this evening we have Wet Enterprises here to do a little presentation for us. They are proposing to do a 3-day event in the city of Avalon, and the only reason that they're here this evening is because of our noise ordinance, which is at 10 p.m. And as you know, music does play in the casino until midnight, like on the New Year's Eve. And it would be at the end of September. It's the last weekend, the 27th, 28th, and 29th, and that's they're asking for a waiver of our noise ordinance to play music until 2 a.m. And we have Jason, the owner of the company here, and a few island company representatives. So I don't know who's starting it off. Rudy, are you?
I'll start it off. Good evening. My name is Rudy Albers, and I'm the Director of Sales for the Catalina Island Company. As you can imagine, we get lots of groups that come to us requesting to put on some large events in the casino at Descanso Beach Club, and we do our best to vet them out. And I think we've partnered up with a company here, Wet Travel, to do a large event, something similar to the Wine Mixer and not as large as the Up for Whatever. But we like them. We think it'll benefit the entire city of Avalon. They're reputable. They have some history. I know Jason here has a presentation for you guys, and he'll give you a little bit more detail. But we are hoping that we will get the extension of that noise ordinance until 2 a.m. Thank you. Jason.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Hello, everyone. So I've been to 67 countries and 49 states, and I must say that Catalina Island is one of the most beautiful places in the world, and I'm very, very excited about the opportunity to work with you all, work with the community, and bring something that I've been have an idea to do for many years. So just tell you a little bit about backstory about myself. I'm originally from Grand Rapids, Michigan. My father is a teacher. My mother's a secretary. Came from a very simple upbringing, and have a degree from Central Michigan University in entrepreneurship. I started my company 15 years ago. We had the 15-year anniversary this past weekend, actually, and started it on credit card debt, and just had a dream and a vision of what it would be like to have an entire cruise ship to myself. I had no money, I had no resources, and I put a business plan together to do it in 5 years. Long story short, it took me 7 years to charter my first cruise ship. And what that means is basically renting a ship from a multi-billion-dollar public cruise line such as Royal Caribbean, Carnival, Norwegian, Princess, and so forth, and then basically transforming the entire ship into a once-in-a-lifetime experience for the community that we're targeting. So we've done this 43 times over the last 15 years with different genres of music and also corporate events. Not sure how this goes.
There he goes.
I can wing it. There we go. So we've done different types of events over the years. We've done yoga, like Zen Cruise. We've done Salsa Cruise, which is all salsa music. We've done rock cruises, heavy metal cruises, and then the electronic dance music cruises as well. Not sure if it's like a... And then we've won many awards over the last few years as well, such as the Outstanding Charter Partner from Carnival, from Norwegian as well. We won that similar award, and then we were the 4th fastest growing travel company in the Inc. magazine. And then something that was really dear to my heart was being nominated as the best fan community in the world in the festival experience, which in the end, that's what it's all about, is the people and connecting people and building relationships, and that's what we're one of the best in the world at doing. So these are just some of the cruise line partners that we worked with, and then also brand partners such as AB InBev, Red Bull we've been working with for many years, and some of the other brands. Bacardi was one of our big brands on this previous cruise, and then we've had some non-beverage partners as well. And these are just some of the media impressions. We were just in Forbes magazine as the top festival to go see in the winter season. So with this particular event, I think we'll get a lot of media exposure for Catalina Island. Being so close to Los Angeles and San Diego and the surrounding communities around there, I think there's a lot of opportunity to get a lot of media, not just within California, but also globally. And this is just some of the press that we've been in. Forbes magazine, I just mentioned, Rolling Stone, Univision, we've been on MTV, USA Today, CBS, and it goes on, New York Times, and so forth. And then giving back, so this is something that is very dear to my heart. I started a foundation 7 years ago now because we were working with various organizations, and I felt like the money wasn't getting to the actual end user, which were the kids that we wanted to benefit. A lot of it was going to admin and so forth. So I started up my own foundation to basically make the communities better than what they were when we got there. And so we have 2 programs. One is Community Captains, and one is Destination Donation, where we ask all the people that come to our experiences to bring something that the community needs. Generally it's school supplies, clothing, so forth like that. And these are some of the orphanages that we've worked with, and other organizations like Keys Strong, which benefits this previous weekend. Some families that had been affected from the hurricane, and they're still in shambles, to put it nicely. And so we were working with families that needed a new roof, that needed new gardening, and so forth like that. And then we worked to work with those families to be able to purchase those things. We actually raised money for them. So that's a little bit about the gist. I wanted to address. Did you want me to address the flyer?
Yes, each of the council had one. If you.
Oh, okay,
Right.
Sure. So are there any questions about the experience that I can answer?
I guess,
I'm sorry.
no,
Sure.
you go right ahead. No, pop in.
No,
Hop
I'll
in.
defer to you. It's been a while
no.
since we've done one of these things. Go ahead, Andy. Sorry.
So I'm curious, you've been very successful at sea, but why are you now thinking about coming on land?
Sure, great question. So, ready to innovate, ready for the next thing, and cruise ships have between 1,000 and 2,000 rooms. Are the ship sizes that we work with. There's around 1,000 rooms on Catalina, and just ready for the next step. Also on the West Coast, we've been doing cruises on the West Coast since 2005, so for 14 years. And the only destination you can go to out of Long Beach or San Pedro is Ensenada, and people are just over it. So
Yeah.
we were just looking for something new and something different, and doing something on Catalina Island would definitely be that.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Okay, so that sort of answered my question. So you anticipate that maybe 1,000 to 2,000 people would participate?
Yeah, I think it could be anywhere from 1,000 to 2,000 people.
And are you envisioning just one night in the casino? Is that what we're looking at? Waiving the noise ordinance for one night? For all 3 nights? So you'd be coming on shore and be doing something until 2 a.m.?
Right.
So they're not arriving on a cruise ship, correct? You're renting the hotel rooms and...
Oh, this
Right.
has nothing... Okay.
This has nothing to do with cruise ships. We would be using Catalina Express and so forth. So we'd be taking the ferries over.
Okay, so this-
And some people would bring their boats and yachts and so forth. But it would be only Catalina Island, selling rooms on Catalina Island, not selling rooms on the ship.
Okay.
And talk about the age group and the genre of music you're wanting to do here.
Sure. So it's dance music. So there's some live music, some DJs and so forth like that. And the average age is in the 30s. This previous one that we just had was around 32, 33 years old. So they're not kids. It's not a rave, but the music is dance music. And
So it's EDM? See, I'm going to show that I'm cool.
Yeah.
I know what EDM is.
It is dance music, yes.
Okay, and
Yes.
have you thought about, is there a way that we could do a little test where you could play the music and we'd set noise levels so we know what it would be like at 2 a.m. with everybody in bed and music coming from the casino?
It'd be really challenging because we'd have to set up the speakers, and the speakers cost a lot of money to set up. It would be challenging, unless there's events coming up that have...
Probably not the type
Something
of
like
equipment that you will have.
Right. Yeah.
Are you guys wait, I'm sorry, let me start over. Have you stopped in Catalina in the past?
Yes, we have.
Okay.
And we did an event at Descanso Beach Club. Yeah. So it'd be somewhat similar to that, but different. So a little bit of an older crowd.
For this event would be a little bit of an older crowd?
Correct. Older and more sophisticated crowd that we'd be targeting. So basically average age in their 30s.
A little more dressed, maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, no, sorry. I mean, in all fairness, I am really excited to hear about some comments from the public who I know are here to speak tonight, but
Definitely.
The concerns that I've received, many of them today on text message and whatnot, is the overall party scene.
Sure.
The drinking, many not dressed at all, walking through town in the past, which, we really are a family community, and
Absolutely.
even though we all like to have fun, there is a line. So in the past where we've had a ship come in and the activity comes through town quickly, and it's like, whew, okay, hope they have a great time, but, hey, and then pass back to the boat. But 3 days solidly in town is where a lot of the concern from the community is coming from. So maybe you could talk a little bit about that, and then also I know that there are members of the community that are here that want to ask some questions as well.
Sure, definitely. And we've not just on the cruise ships, we've also done events in Fort Lauderdale, in Miami, also in the destinations such as Jamaica, Cozumel, we just did this past weekend, Key West, San Diego, Long Beach. Like, we've rented the, what can I think of the boat in Long Beach? Queen Mary. We've also rented the Air and Space Museum in San Diego. So certainly understand those concerns, and dress is one of them for some of those venues as well. And also cruise lines. Cruise lines are multi-billion-dollar public companies who have the exact same image of being family-friendly. And, we do work very closely with their PR teams to make sure that anything that gets out is always kosher and so forth like that. The other thing that I haven't also addressed is safety and security, which is always, always, always number one to us. And we wouldn't be in business for 15 years if that wasn't the number one concern. So we have very detailed safety and security plans that we would work with the local police here to make sure that we work with them to whatever degree we want to make sure that it's the safest event for not just the attendees but also the locals as well.
So there's a concern about drugs.
Mm-hmm, sure.
And I know there's a concern about, I don't know if you've ever had any ODs or people that have, when you're on a cruise ship and they have to go
Yeah.
for medical assistance. We have a little facility here with one doctor on And that's also a concern about being able to meet the needs if those do arise, and they probably
Absolutely.
will.
Yeah,
within 3
and
days.
festivals in general, no matter what the musical genre, unfortunately, dance music has the stigma of being drug-related, and we do a very proactive job of educating people that there's going to be dogs or pat-downs or whatever we need to do to make sure, because we do not want that here at all as well. So we would work with you all, depending on whatever procedures we want to put in place, to make sure that it's safe, and it's a fun environment, but also safe environment. And in terms of drugs, we haven't had very many issues over the years. It does happen once in a while. We had a few this past weekend. I think out of 2,400 people, there were 3 people, I believe, that CBP caught on the way in. So yeah, we're all about that. We've personally found people on the ship. We've caught staff also trying to sell to our guests on board the ship. So I mean, we're proactive, and we're on the same stance as you all, to have it be fun but also safe. And drugs are, and we have a zero tolerance policy, as I'm sure the city does.
I'm just curious, why do you need to go so late at night?
It's a normal thing in the industry to go that late. And where I live in Miami, it's 5 a.m. is when the bars shut. The west coast of California is 2 a.m.
Just getting up for work at
Some
5.
cities are different when they're bar closing hours are, and there's the same argument I hear in Miami Beach, where I live, with the city council and the hours and so forth like that. Some are 24 hours in Miami as well, but
It's just a little concerning when there's a flyer out already that says 24/7.
yes.
Music and food a day. That sounds like 24/7.
Yeah, so that may not have came across right. So basically, what the idea would be, and again, this isn't set in stone, but we've been doing something called silent disco. So after 2 a.m., we'd potentially have a venue to go to where everybody's basically listening to headphones. So the DJs are playing, and everybody's in a room like this listening to music on headphones. Sounds weird, but it's very popular. It's actually very popular on regular cruise ships now. They've taken our idea, and it was interesting here. I was on a regular cruise about a week ago, and had 3 different styles of music. So they had jazz and I don't even know, different styles of music, and it was interesting seeing hundreds of all different age ranges and genres and kids all partying in a room listening to different styles of music. So that would be the idea of 24/7 music, not necessarily that. I feel that having a place where people can go if they do want to be out after 2 a.m. that is in a controlled environment is better than having them back in a hotel room or something like that. So we like to at least offer that. But again, if that's something that's a concern, then we just wouldn't do it.
Yes.
How many rooms do you have under contract right now, hotel rooms?
Hotel room, we have the Catalina Island under contract, and I have the final negotiations with about 10 other hotels right now. So it's a lot.
Yeah, talk to the mic, I'm sorry.
And sorry,
Oh, talk to the mic. Speak to the mic.
So with the accommodations, we're going to do hotel buyouts, and then we're also going to do vacation rentals. So between the two, I think there's about 1,000 rooms. So we're in talks to pretty much buy all of those accommodations on the island. So that would be a pretty good piece of business.
Are you going to be making the reservations, so for example, if there's a hotel that says, I really don't want these folks staying in my hotel, how would they know if they don't want to actually rent?
So what we do is we do rooming lists. So we would be turning the rooming list into the hotel, and it's only with hotels that we contract with.
Okay.
So if people are going to make their own reservations that aren't with our group or are with our group, that's something that we wouldn't be necessarily involved in. But the whole goal of buying out as many accommodations as possible is to really kind of control the environments and make sure we're bringing as much income to the island and just having a good influx of cash.
And that brings us to transportation. Have you talked to the boat people? Are you going to have boats leaving, late boats coming in, early boats coming out?
We're actually going to meet with Catalina Island or Ferry Express.
Catalina Express, yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to talk to them. We're speaking to some people out of Dana Point, out of Newport.
Okay.
So, I mean, our people will be coming from, as Jason said, it's all over the U.S., but the majority, 60 to 70%, are good. Yeah, in California itself. We're also talking to the helicopter company about doing helicopters. Some people will want to rent out yachts. I mean, there's tons of different streams of revenue that is going to definitely be an influx to that.
So it sounds like part of the issue will be the harbor. I think that's going to be one of our biggest complaints, I think. I don't know for sure, because they complained about the bands at the old gas dock, and that being there so close to the casino.
Right.
That might be an issue. You might need to get a hold of the harbor master and check with all them and all that as part of your
definitely, yeah.
stuff like that.
Absolutely.
That's what I'm thinking off the top of my head.
Definitely.
So let's just take a couple comments from the community, pro and con, or questions, or Val, come on up.
Val asked me to mention to all of you that it is the same weekend as the film festival is planned, which you might be aware of already. And then the other question I wanted to know, because with our regular summer crowd it's fall crowd, and will we have additional police in Avalon, and do we pay for that? Does the city pay for that? Okay, that's what my question is. I mean, a lot of people are going to make a lot of money, and it shouldn't cost the city a bunch of money.
If I could just, when we did the Up for Whatever, we did have an agreement with the sponsors of that event that covered the city for all the city costs. Right. They were required. In that agreement, we dealt with hours, and we also dealt with all the reimbursement of the city expenses. We even had them put some money into a fund in case they didn't clean up everything.
Right, okay. Mark.
Hi, Mark Taska, 330 Clarissa, past planning commissioner. You all have to remember that this is a 2 a.m. extension. This is going to set a precedence for everybody else. Do you want the event on Front Street going to 2? Because they can claim discrimination. You'll have to give it till 2 o'clock if they want an extension. It's hard enough to sleep, but downtown, I wouldn't want to be a renter at a hotel room.
Right, interesting. Yep, that's something to look into. Thank you. Yes.
Hi, I'm Julie Kopak. I'm a teacher at the school, and I'm just concerned about what our youth will be exposed to. The online presence of Groove Cruise is not family friendly, and I am concerned about what our kids will do that weekend and what our kids will see and be exposed to. And having a vacation rental in my complex right next to me, are these people going to be coming home at 2 a.m.? The reputation of Groove Cruise is DJs all night long. And at the last time you were at the Queen Mary, there were DJs in the room, and they were asked to leave. So I do have concerns with the after parties and our students and our community and what we'll be exposed to.
Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Yolanda Montano, Hotel Metropole. We've seen quite a few big events come in front of you, and we have always seen, I mean, there's lots of concerns from our community, which are valid. I do understand that, but we do need to understand also all the Grand Prix, the Up for Whatever, the film festival, all these events that are organized by professional people and that have been doing it for years, and this is their business, go without a hitch. I call the police more on my summer guests that come over on their own independently for major issues, and not once have I had to call on any of these events. Regarding the film festival, I haven't even booked one room, and usually it's always a year in advance. And from what I'm understanding, that they're doing the majority of their event now in Long Beach, not on Catalina. Okay. This is a 3-day event, and a lot of times when we have these big events, like the Grand Prix and the whatever, they pick up a beginning and another day at the end. So we're getting sometimes up to 5 nights. So this, I mean, the fact that somebody's in here and going to take responsibility and, you know, run this whole event and bring a whole different demographic to this island that we've been trying to do for years, it's like a no-brainer. We go out and spend lots of money trying to bring these types of things to us. They've called us. And this is a big part that revenue that is generated for the city. And I respect the event, the residents. I do respect that, you know, about the noise and all that. But July, August, you know, all these big events that we have, casino till midnight. The Grill does do a New Year's Eve dance till 1, you know. I mean, Marlin's open till 2 with bands. There are restaurants and establishments that have music, DJs, the Galleon, till 1 and 2 in the morning. I'm just saying this is something that I think is great for our community and that we should hopefully try and embrace it and regulate. You know, you have the authority to regulate it.
Okay.
Do the rules, put rules out there. But like I said, look at the history and all these big events that came to us.
Right.
Yoli, this might be an unfair question, but I'm just curious, what was your occupancy last?
We were
just the
sold out
27th?
Friday and Saturday.
Okay.
But they're picking up an extra day. And it's a whole nother day with us, and then all the other contracts that they have as well. This is, you know, revenue generated for the city. And not only that, you know, people talk, oh, we went to Catalina, you should come back. I mean, that's your biggest marketing.
Right.
Is word of mouth and a good experience on Catalina. And that doesn't cost anything.
Right.
Thank you.
Jason Perret, 134 Whitley, and I'm representing the hospital. My largest concern is the health of our community and the visitors that are going to be here during that period of time. And as was mentioned, the city would be reimbursed for the extra cost involving police force and fire department. I would like to ask that if this event does go forward, that the hospital also be reimbursed for the extra cost that we are going to have to incur with an extra physician for the period of the time, a nurse practitioner for the period of the time, and also an additional nurse. And as you can tell, it's still raining out.
Yeah.
We can hear it.
It's right over
It's
our
making
head.
it hard to hear
can't
you
hear
guys,
anything else.
actually, because we can only hear the rain up here.
You know, if a contract is negotiated, I would like to see that, and I'm sure my board of directors, which I do have one here, would like to see that included.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Good evening, Jim Luchahan, Catalina Island Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau, and resident. So I wear both hats tonight. I share every concern that every member of the audience has raised and that you all are raising, and appreciate the opportunity to hear the responses from the event maker. But I also would echo most of what Yoli said. I think that we've already proven that we can handle a citywide event here that takes over the majority of our hotels and even our restaurant spaces at certain hours of the event. And I think that you should keep in mind, in considering the extension of time, the location that this facility is in. Yes, there is reverberation onto the water. Really valid point, Richard. But we don't have hotel rooms adjacent. We don't have vacation rentals adjacent. We don't have residents right adjacent. We're still going to have the 2 a.m. stroll home. But frankly, I live on the flats, and I have that most nights of the year. And so, you know, I'll make sure I stick the earplugs in a little deeper that night, and I think we'll all enjoy the benefits of everything that Yoli outlined, the exposure, the revenue, and so on. So I would advocate personally for you to approve the time extension.
Well, and then let me ask another question, because they're only asking for the time extension 2 o'clock there, but if you hook up with other venues, let's say the Glenmore Plaza wants to do something, or somebody else wants to do something, then are you going to want extensions of time for them? Because I don't think they play music till 2 o'clock at the Marlin Club.
You're saying just the casino?
What's that? So no, you would just stick the 2 o'clock to the casino venue?
So the silent disco event being silent disco.
Right,
Okay.
right. Okay. So let's hear something from the sheriff, if you don't mind, because I'm concerned on the quantity of law enforcement.
And I too had a question whether have we talked to the, police, your counterpart in any of the cities where they've had recent events, or the city staff, to see what their experience was?
Not yet, Councilmember Alvarez, I have not.
The difference there in other cities is they take the Uber home. Here they walk. They're going to be walking through town. But yes, so thank you.
Good evening, ma'am. I have met with these personnel here regarding first responders and the safety. One thing that the Sheriff's Department's going to require them to do is hire a minimum of 4 deputies, so the city will not have to pay for those deputy personnel, but we have to have the additional deputies. I currently have our Emergency Operation Bureau, they're our Special Projects Unit, doing research on this company and seeing what problems have occurred at other places not related to this company, but when they have that type of music, that many people, what have we learned from other police departments that have had those type of events? They're going to get back to me on that, but minimum, we're requiring 4 deputies to be on duty just for this event. Along with that is the fire department paramedics. Right. And I'll let Mike speak for that part, but they are going to be required to have paramedics on duty, and they will have to pay for that. Right. That will come from them. It's not fair for the city to lose the 1 or 2 deputies that are on duty going over handling events, and they seem very professional in the meetings that I was with them, so I was really impressed with that. However, as we all know, when you have events, you're going to have people drinking too much, possibility of drugs and all the other things that just take the resources from the city, the Sheriff's Department resources, to a special event, and then we don't have deputy personnel to respond to the needs of the city. So that's what I'm requiring them to do.
And Jason had mentioned something about a dog. So I know the Express doesn't see, well, I guess that's a question. Do we get a dog, and when these people come off the boat, do we use the dog?
Yeah, that was the first I've heard of that. I have.
Well, you mentioned dog.
It's an option, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I believe that would probably go through our Emergency Operation Bureau or Special Projects Unit to see what has happened in the past with events like that, but not this company specifically.
Yeah, exactly.
Just when you have that type of personnel going to a concert.
How long do you think the review will take by your Special Project Department?
Oh, probably another week. They'll have to contact the different cities, the police departments, and a lot of times we're waiting for them to get back to us. But I would say definitely another week, especially if I push it, if I keep calling them, and I will do that because I went to them for this right from the beginning, because you can always learn from past events so we don't make, same mistake other people have made and go from there. But I am very adamant, minimum 4 deputies on duty the entire time. Because then, especially if you have multiple locations, you have one at the casino, you have one at Descanso, that's 2 deputies on each one, and say you have 1,000 people in each place, I mean, the ratio 2 to 1,000.
And then the Island Company, will they be requiring additional security on your end?
Yes, in our meeting, they did bring up that they would have their own security.
Okay.
So our deputies would be there for if any arrests were made, there was any fights, to assist crowd control if there's any overdoses and all that. And they are right. Some of it's stereotypical. You know, if you have that kind of music, everyone thinks everyone's on drugs there. That's not the case.
Right.
But you do get some people that,
Right.
that are, obviously. I mean, just like we see it, you know, in the bars, people, you know, drink too much when they come over to have a good time, and then we're dealing with them. So,
Right.
I mean, 2,000 people, you're going to have some people that are going to
Right. No, I got
be kind of problem people.
Okay. Great.
But very professional,
Yes.
at least from my people that I've dealt with. They're very good.
Yes. Okay.
While Mike's coming up, can I interject just a question? Because talking about events, how is this structured financially? Or do you break out events so that people pay depending on what they want to go to, so to be subject to or admissions tax, or is it a set price that people pay and then they're able to attend things? Do we
Yeah,
not
so
care?
the way it's envisioned is it would be a package price, so it'd be an all-inclusive package price that would include all the events, basically.
Because generally, we charge 4% admissions when people go to events. That might be something we need to have the city attorney and city manager look at, I think. Because clearly, some portion of your package price entails attending events.
Yes.
That's just the general tax, that does not cover the additional cost.
I
And that's
know,
what
I
we did with
understand
the
that.
agreement.
Just
But
because
yes,
there was some discussion about the events, I wanted to make sure that we didn't, what that was.
Okay. And here comes the chief.
Mike Krug, Fire Chief. I just was going to follow briefly on Captain Hawking's points. He covered most of the concerns with public safety. We would need additional firefighter, EMTs, paramedics, and extra ambulances, all those resources. And there's a lot of talk about the casino, but my understanding too is that this is going to go on for 3 days at several different venues, Descanso Beach, the casino, and maybe others. So we're talking about 3 days of a significant electronic dance music party, and that puts a tremendous strain on emergency services and ultimately the hospital. So that's certainly something to consider at this time of year, that there's probably going to be good weather and people already in town. So those are our concerns, and we would need to have that. I've also heard this compared to Up for Whatever. The thing about Up for Whatever was that Up for Whatever wasn't necessarily a great party. It's what Anheuser-Busch wanted to look like a great party. That venue was scaled and shaped where invited guests were brought in, and they signed a contract that if they misbehaved, they were down the road. And so during that event, in my opinion, it's apples and oranges, because those folks, in a sense, were on a very short leash, and it wasn't about a great party as what Anheuser-Busch would film and then use in a marketing campaign.
Right, right. And there were 500 people.
I don't remember the exact.
I think they invited 500 to that event. Yeah.
So, you have any questions for me regarding this?
No, I guess the question is, if we decide to move further, is to really, in terms of law enforcement and your department and Harbor, to really look at, and Jason's already said his needs, what that nut is, so that these gentlemen know what they're getting into, would be getting into.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mel Dinkle, Bahia Vista A5.
Hi, Mel Dinkle.
Hi, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I wasn't planning to get up. I didn't know about this event, but when I did find that it was in conflict with the film festival, which has been going on 8 years now, I think that the council, I think having this kind of an event to promote the city is a good thing. I'm not sure this is the right weekend. The fact that it would conflict with a festival that's been growing each year, and this would probably destroy that event if it occurred in the same weekend. So I think if before you move forward on that kind of a decision, there should be some additional discussion and opportunity for the festival, who's been a longtime partner of the city, to assess what it really means.
Right.
I did a quick text to the director of the festival, and he said this would destroy it.
When I met with the gentleman, I asked if they would reach out to Ron and have that discussion, because I know the red carpet is Saturday night, which is one of the days that they're there, and that was one of my concerns as well.
Yeah, and when they brought up that part of the event is in Long Beach and part of it's here. What they tried to do is to expand it so that they could get more people involved in Long Beach and then come for the long weekend
Yes.
in Avalon. So I
Yes.
think there's a lot of questions yet to be asked.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Sure.
Completely understand what they're saying about the conflict of the date. But ironically, when I'm speaking to all the hotels and I ask them about the film festival, they say it's a moot point because they're not picking up any rooms. That's not something that I'm saying. That's just the feedback
Right.
that I'm getting from every single hotel I've talked to. Do you already have rooms, for the festival? And none of them have anything booked. And
Right.
they said that it is not increasing; it is decreasing year by year.
Thank you for your comments.
Is the casino's obviously not booked then for the film festival yet?
Yeah, they have a contract with them, a 7-year contract, I think Rudy told me.
The film festival uses the movie theater, and they're going to be using the ballroom.
The red carpet was it. Well, and then if you're playing a feature film and you've got that, I mean, you can't but not hear the upstairs. It'll be loud.
Yeah, like what was brought up, we'll speak to him obviously, and we'll see if we'll see however we can coordinate with him, because again, we don't want to compete. And if he wants hotel rooms or if he wants us to promote his film festival as part of our package and give him ticket revenue, we'll do what we can. We're not here to compete with anyone and so forth like that. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other comment? Hi, Greg.
Good evening. Thanks for all your great work. I know it's not easy up there. Appreciate it. I would say that I am 100% in favor of events. These people seem outstanding. I don't know them. I've never met them. Yoli has had some discussions with them, I think, about the rooms and stuff. The fact that it overlaps with the film festival is unfortunate, because we could use every weekend with an event once we start rolling out of summer into those fall months or earlier in the spring months. We don't have enough people over here spending the night. As much as I love Ron, and we've worked closely with him in the film festival, he's committed to 0 rooms for us. In the past, he always committed to some, at least. So that makes me wonder a little, and I didn't know many of the details about the Long Beach versus Catalina, and that sounds good. If it's a lead-in to get people to come over, that sounds great. But on every sold-out weekend, we have virtually the same number of people on the island that are going to be at this festival. Now, they're not all dancing, but many of them are at bars. We have a lot of bars. We have a lot of restaurants where people can drink. And we have a minor amount of problems every weekend, I'm sure, with the drunk or this or that. Based on what I've seen, I don't know that we'll have a whole lot more problems, but I totally appreciate the sheriffs, fire department, paramedics. They know that they're going to need some additional help, and I hope we don't price it out of them being able to do it, because I think it's a great event that'll bring a substantial number of people and amount of money to the island that will be helpful to the community overall. And my fears are less than some people's about the problems that might happen. I'm not saying they shouldn't be looked at, absolutely, 100%. You're asking all the right questions and everybody's bringing up all the right stuff. But that would be my personal feeling, would be I love more events. I think they're very needed on the island, and they, like Yoli had said, or somebody, they do bring us a new group of people. We know who our regular customers are, and in all honesty, they're not enough. We need more customers, and so the idea of bringing new customers sounds great to me.
Okay, so let me get back to the point here, though. If they weren't asking for 2 o'clock, this would be a moot point. They would just be doing everything they want to do. So, in saying that, I don't know quite what I'm saying, but I think these gentlemen are not willing to go just to the 12 o'clock. So that there then raises this concern.
Well, it sounds to me like there are still a lot of questions out there that need to be answered. It sounds like there are some additional meetings with our law enforcement, fire department, paramedics, hospital. I would recommend that if there is even a thought to pursue this, that information gets developed and brought back to the council at an agendized item where a decision could actually be made to go forward or not. But it does sound like there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. So.
Okay, and then when you look at the costs that could have to be incurred by this organization, and in response to Greg's comment about, pricing it out of the ball field, if it was just a regular weekend in Avalon, we have a lot of young people coming, we don't beef up for those folks, typically. We might have another law enforcement on but that's about it. So are we only truly concerned with that nighttime and after 2 o'clock, or do we have to be concerned, or do we really need to be concerned with that daytime? Because they're going to be in the bars, and they're not like the jazz tracks where that's the only venue they're in, so I don't know if anybody can follow what I'm trying to say.
That's why I came back up here, Annie, because I was just a little confused about having to charge them extra for services such as the hospital that has to have their doors open because we are a resort community and it needs to be open to the public. And when we're sold out on July 4th, big, huge weekends, this is the same exact thing except for the extension. So I was a little taken back by why we're going to have to charge them to have more staff at the hospital, because we have just as many people, if not even more, that come in our high season, and there's probably way more incidents than events, so I'm just confused. Can they say why they need it? Is there going to be more people? It's just like a summer day, July 4th. It's crazy July 4th with no control. We have no control what time they come rolling back into the hotel. Yeah. The fighting, the this. At least this is a scheduled event.
Right. So July 4th, we always have extra law enforcement. So if we treated it like, do we increase our paramedics? So if these are things we automatically do on July 4th, then I guess we should treat it like that.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
And let me just indicate, for the record, depending on the specifics of the event, you have a provision in your municipal code for special event permits, which does allow the city to impose certain requirements on it. It's just a matter of what are the specifics of the event. Is it contained? Is it spilling over? If it's spilling over, you have much more power pursuant to your municipal code to regulate the event.
But that's only if it's on our properties.
Right. Okay.
That's part of I think that I had hoped to see fleshed out. The flyer here, it talks about 50 artist venues throughout the island. What does that entail for our portion, our little city, what you had in mind, and does it involve public property?
Were you at all thinking about doing any bands or anything on our stage downtown or anything like that?
Any public venues?
No real public. Yeah. Okay.
Jason,
So
pretty
where are
much
things
everything
gonna
is
take
Descanso
place?
Beach and the casino, correct?
We're open to all ideas and
Sorry, Cam.
utilizing other restaurants and other bars outside of it.
But now primarily you're looking at Descanso and the casino.
Those would be the two main venues, correct? The large venues.
And everybody's supposed to be talking into the mic. I guess we're not doing that. Very good. Especially you, Jason. I'm sorry. Okay.
One of the things with law enforcement that we look at, and I know he spoke about the event where you have headphones on, it's still a party and we still have to have deputies there and paramedics there. It might solve the city's problem and JJ's problem for no music being allowed, but you're still going to have all the people there at the event. And that's one thing that I wanted to make sure that whether it's midnight or 10 o'clock, midnight, 2 o'clock, whatever magical time the council decides, you still have this event on the flyer 24/7. So we're still going to need the paramedics and law enforcement. And the last speaker mentioned about 4th of July, how crowded we are for 4th of July. Big difference with that. I agree with her 100%. We are packed, everything's sold out, but the city pays for those law enforcement officers and the paramedics and all this. This is moving that to the company that's sponsoring the event compared to the city.
Okay, excellent.
I just wanted to briefly, there was some conversation about comparing different events to 4th of July, for example. It's, I think in the context, it depends on what your venue is. I think to compare jazz tracks to, say, Buccaneer Days or Buccaneer Days to 4th of July, it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Right.
So even though there are some events where you might have a large occupancy load, it's a much different crowd than different kinds of events. So that's where public safety gets strained, and people like the fire department, emergency medical services, the sheriff's department, the hospital. So when we start throwing around different events and how many people are in town and how full it is, it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we have quite a bit of experience in working with this clientele and working with law enforcement, paramedics, and so forth like that. And when we talk about issues that we're having with clientele, it's less than 1% of these people, and it's a very, very small portion of the crowd that we're looking out for, that the police are looking out for, that are the troublemakers that drink too much and so forth like that. The rest of the community is fantastic, loving, respectful, and we just did our event at the Bonnet House Museum and Gardens in Fort Lauderdale, and also on Celebrity Cruise Line just this past weekend, which is the #1 premium cruise line in the world for the last 10 years. Both of them, their heads of security, or the managers of the ship in the museum, both of them said that they have far more issues with weddings and so forth than this particular crowd. They were concerned about it going in. They didn't know what to expect, and they weren't sure about the dress and so forth like that, and so forth. And at the end of the event, both of them were like, please come back, we love you, this is amazing. Because it's just such a loving, fun, high energy, type of crowd, and they're respectful and they're great. But again, there's the 1%, less than 1% of the people that are going to be the troublemakers.
Okay, so going forward, seems like things to be worked up. I guess the one thing is, are we willing to entertain, and then we don't have to go any further, are we willing to entertain the 2 a.m.?
With a little further research, yeah.
Okay. So we want all the powers that be, all the ones that have been up here speaking. JJ hasn't spoken yet.
Jimmy Joe.
The 2 a.m. thing is a big deal breaker for us in the harbor. I'm sorry. Last year and the year before, we had approximately 290 boats in the harbor. It's a full harbor. It's still part of the summer. That one I'm having a hard time getting over. But more than anything is, I'm sure this organization is a great organization, and the cruise ships love them. But the difference between a cruise ship and an island are myriad of apart. Cruise ship, you go on with your bags, they're searched. They're by dogs, drugs, bombs. They're searched. They're confined. They're in a small area. 900 passengers on the boat, or 2,500 passengers on the boat. They're confined. Here, they're not. They come over. If you're talking about dogs, you don't need a dog here. You need a dog in Long Beach, and you're probably going to need a couple of them to hit, because let's not forget the mosh pit episode we had a few years back. I mean, and that was just a day deal, and then trying to get those people as they run through town and get them back on the boat to get back to the mainland. It was crazy. And on the 4th of July, you're right, we are packed. That hospital is strung out. I mean, the paramedics are strung out. The fire department, they're running 5 and 6 calls, 10 calls a night. So there is a huge cost for that. And if this is going to be one of these situations, the city's going to have to really take a good look at who's going to pay for that cost. I mean, that's an important cost, but don't for a minute think that they are on the cruise ship and everything's great. They got nowhere to go. They're on the cruise ship. They're there. They got nowhere else to go. Here, they got all through town. And as for the middle of the day, they're going to mill around. I don't see this party going on, 24 straight hours. So bands or whatever. So there's a lot of questions out there, and a lot of something that we have to look for. And I get the money. I get promoting Avalon. But if this thing blows up in our face, you think those 2,000 people or the other people that are here aren't going to say, why am I going to go to Avalon? That place was crazy, So there's a lot of questions that need to be asked. There's a lot of input that need to be thrown in there. But there's some all kinds of bells going off on this one here. So anyway, that's just my opinion.
Appreciate your comments.
Paula Patterson, 221 Whitley. I just was wondering, I haven't heard any talk about numbers. I mean, I would suspect this is maximum capacity of whatever the casino is or whatever Descanso is. So what exactly are the numbers that we're speaking of?
That would be the fire department.
Average 1,500.
So that is something to me that if this was going to happen, I think, because if people are coming in, if we sell out every hotel room in town, people charter yachts to come over, etc., how many tickets are going to be sold? And that might help us to have a control of what are we talking about? 1,000 people coming for one thing and then 4,000 people coming for another thing. I mean, we know our infrastructure, we're not Key Largo, we're not Miami Beach, and we're not Long Beach. And then the other thing I would say is about the time frame is school is in session. I mean, you could say Friday and Saturday is 2, but Sunday maybe we should rethink about it if we're going to be doing vacation rentals and they're living next door to families and neighborhood people. Just saying, just a suggestion.
So everybody keeps comparing, like the gentleman here was saying, it's not like a cruise ship where everything is checked. And so I guess my confusion is everything checked on every other weekend when people are getting off the boats?
No.
Because I think it's kind of it doesn't really make a ton of sense because that's not what you do every weekend. So I don't know why it would be different. And if we do have to get a dog or we do have to, whatever makes you guys comfortable to do, I think that makes sense. But the amount of people that are coming over is just like any other busy weekend during your summer. So I guess why would the constraints be different? And then you also need to consider that it's about retention also. Your island has 50% retention. That's a lot of people coming back of the demographic you want and spending money.
Yeah. I know. I guess for some reason, some of us, without the research and not really knowing, we don't know that clientele well. And I know when we met, you said, well, they're a little more mature than they were before, and things have changed a little bit. And I guess for some, that's just not known, and like, God, we'd hate to think you pulled the wool over our eyes, and really, it's a rave in Avalon and that kind of thing. I think that's our concern.
I have Ron Trupa, the founder of the Film Festival Online, and I hope this will work. Ron?
Yeah, hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hi, Ron.
Hi. I'm watching on a little bit of a delay online, but I just kind of wanted to chime in because I got a few texts. The film festival definitely struggles every year with hotel rooms. I mean, every year we compete with weddings and medical conference and annual vacations for families. Part of the reason we moved to Long Beach only during the weekday is because it was hard to get filmmakers' audiences on a Wednesday and a Thursday when we thought we were going to help stimulate Avalon's community a little bit more. There weren't late enough ferries for families and guests that just wanted to see film. We're all for events. I'd love a great big music event to happen in Catalina. They can speak with me if they like. I'd love to figure out what their plans are. I mean, we're going into our 9th year. We even moved from the month of May back in 2013 because we were up against a skateboarding event and the men's rugby tournament that we never even knew about after we booked our dates. So there is definitely issues with multiple events on the same weekend. We don't pre-book hotel rooms Because half the time we don't know who our celebrities are until like a month before our event. We don't know the films that we select until a month before the event. A lot of our participants book the hotel rooms, not necessarily us, the organization. So that's part of the reason why we're not pre-booking tons of rooms, but God knows they sell out every year, and we're always fighting for them. So I'd be more interested in the hotel rooms rather than multiple events going on at the same time, because that we've done with a wedding in the casino ballroom while we're downstairs in the theater. That wasn't a problem, but that was just a wedding. When you're talking about sold out hotel rooms, that would make me a little bit more apprehensive unless I heard a better plan. We're there fully on the weekend. We are the Catalina Film Festival. We're not the Long Beach Film Festival. We did that to get more filmmakers, more attendance, and more family members that are able to go on a weekday in Southern California to Long Beach. But that's the only reason. We are fully the Catalina Film Festival on that weekend every year, contractually, with our dates set until 2020.
Oh, thank you, Ron. And I think we will get Jason and his crew to reach out to you.
I'm sorry, Annie, I can't really hear you.
Just repeat it
I
to me.
heard that this would be an agenda item for another day.
Yeah.
It's going to be coming back in some form, yes.
Okay.
It will be coming back, tell him, Mark. Okay.
It's going to come up as an agenda item at a later date, and she's going to have the guys reach out to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All righty. So, direction. Based on what we've said, what do you think it is, Denise?
That this item's coming back and you want us to investigate maybe how it was in other communities when it came, the impact on our safety personnel?
Kind of everybody come up with their budgets so that these gentlemen know, and with justification to your budget needs, perhaps, including you, Jason, and all of the gentlemen standing in the back of the room. Because if you're saying that not having 2 o'clock is a deal breaker, you're basically saying if you don't get till 2, it's a deal breaker. And I know it's not a threat, it's just the way you have your model. Right? Okay. All right. Cool. Oh, Cliff Haig, you want to come before we move on?
Hi, Cliff Haig, 249 East Whitley. Full-time resident here since March 1998. Just had a question for the gang. I love events like this. I think it's great for the community as long as the different issues can be mitigated. But is this planned to be a one-time event or an event that occurs every year? So you're looking at doing an ongoing event. Okay. All right. Because the concern was that, there are some issues with conflict in terms of hotel rooms availability for the film festival, which is an annual event, and if it becomes an existential, it has an existential impact on the film festival. In other words, they book up all the rooms now, and then the film festival can't hold itself here because there are no rooms. That's the end of the film festival, then that would be the end of it going forward as well. So that's just something to consider as you talk with the film festival folks and try to work out, what those potential conflicts might be.
I mean, I did ask them if they would have another date in mind, and the response basically was, well, they checked out that weekend and there's no rooms booked. Moving forward, though, with, there's that week in October in between the Jazz Tracks, or the first week that Jazz Tracks doesn't happen, and then Jazz Tracks is the 2 weeks after that. So I don't know if going forward, if this is very successful or whatever we do, if you could be looking at a different date. Yes, Steve.
Just a couple comments. This was, looking back, this was kind of what the casino was built for dancing. And I think it's always good to look back. But also, we're opening up a brand new hotel, and I'm committing all our rooms to it. I'm not worried that they're going to do a whole bunch of damage to that. And then I also think, and it isn't just all about the money. And also, we proved during Up for Whatever that we can figure these things out. So let's get the group together. We need to move because we need to market, and marketing takes time. So I would just encourage to, as quickly as we can, get the process moving.
Right. And again, if they went till 12 o'clock, we wouldn't be here talking about this. So you've got to bear with us. Okay, you've got the direction. Perfect. And let's try to timeline it. I think that the captain said about a week, and so do you think the rest of the department heads can talk about get stuff together about a week? Jason, same? About a week you could get some numbers together, whatever? Oh, never mind. Then you can pass those on to Denise. Okay, thank you. Oh, did you have another comment?
Yeah, we already met with Mr. Hawkins over there to get numbers. So we kind of have an idea. So we already have a budget put together for a cost for this.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah, we have a budget for this stuff.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much. And hopefully the place isn't going to clear out after this. I don't think it will. I think we got more things. Okay, thank you, gentlemen, and be safe. Okay.
We did have a written communication that had to do with this item.
I would like to read into the record a letter the city received regarding Wet Enterprises, Inc., who gave the presentation tonight. Dear Honorable Mayor and the Avalon City Council members, here at Catalina Beverage, we are excited about the opportunity that Wet Travel Group is presenting. We think that this is a great event that will be bringing a lot of revenue, social media exposure to the city of Avalon and the business community in town before, during, and after the event. Successful execution of this event also can bring repeat business following years as well. This event or the group is not affiliated with any of our suppliers and or Catalina Beverage, but we are 100% behind it making a great experience for Wet Travel and its patrons. Our mayor says she is always up for whatever, so I say let's get wet. Thank you for your time. Levin Alchemy.
Levent, if you can hear this, let's get wet.
I have a quick...
I know.
Mayor, I have a quick question for staff, though. How do we determine what letters get read into the record? Is it a request from the person sending in a letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if somebody issues a letter to the city and they want it to be part of the record, we don't always read them, but so they would just need to say, I would like this read into the record. Okay.
Good question. Okay, so that was our written communication. Are there any other announcements?
I have none.
Okay. Department head reports.
Good evening. Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. 5 quick items. Update on the recycling trash receptacles. 95 units have been ordered. Estimated delivery is late February. We'll install those right away when we get them. Preparation of the grant application for South Beach sand replenishment with the Department of Buttering and Waterways is underway, and that needs to be submitted by February 1st, and we'll meet that. We feel like we'll be very successful on that. And we had a conference call with the program manager of the Department of Boating and Waterways. It sounds pretty exciting, and seems like the state budget has sufficient funds for that to be funded.
Bob, I'm sorry to interrupt, but did you come to some conclusion about whether it would make sense to try to include seawall?
Yeah, we are going to put in 2 applications.
Okay.
One for the structures and then one for the sand.
Great.
And then we're under preparation for another major wet storm tonight and tomorrow. Expect, batten down the hatches. This is going to be a pretty wet one. So what we see is you can expect some of those hillsides are starting to get active. We should start seeing some more rock falls happening. So that being said, Pebbly Beach Road will be closed during those storm events and will remain closed during those storm events. The Beacon Hill Apartment Stairlift Project is being rebid. I have located another local contractor who's ready to bid the project, and we feel like we'll be successful. For that to fit in with the CDBG funding, it must be complete by the end of March. So we know that we'll be successful in getting that done. Also with that CDBG funding, which is the other piece that we have programmed, We'll be bidding the ADA ramp project, and the scope of work on that is focused around the intersection of Sumner and Beacon, and also Catalina and Beacon, so around the new Vons there, so that as either somebody that's disabled needs to go down those ramps, or somebody with a shopping cart, or somebody with a stroller, you know, we don't have those obstacles from them, from a barrier for not having a curb ramp. So that's what that's focused on. And then also there's locations at Clarissa and 3rd and Catalina and 3rd are going to be bid as bid alternates. So if we have good bids come in, then we would also include those locations in getting those done. The five-way project has completed a 30% design review, 60% plans, and environmental document completion are now the main focus.
Which
and we now have materials on hand to complete.
Oh, Five Corners, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Five Corners. We now have materials on hand to complete the Beacon-Sumner intersection modifications that we've discussed and that you gave us direction on, and also the reprogramming of the on-street parking near Vaughn. So that'll roll out before they open up, all of those things. Any questions?
I have a quick question for you.
I do too.
Yes.
Regarding the stair lift, if it does, if one more time it's not successful, could we just please buy something in a box and install it? I am sure that you have a qualified team that could just put something in for our seniors.
I actually inquired with Acorn whether I could just buy it and us install it, and they said they wouldn't sell it to us. It has to be installed by their own staff. Yeah, but the contractor that I did call, he was very excited about our project, felt that he could get it delivered in the time frame.
All right, and CDBG is going to be fine that we're not.
CDBG already contacted them and told them what was up, and they said, hey, go for it, get it done. And they felt sorry for us for having to go through what we've gone through.
Gosh. Are you listening, Joanne?
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Cindy?
Oh, no,
wait,
I'm sorry.
because I'm sorry. Mole Phase 1, where are we on that project?
We are looking at an alternative procurement on that has a mass contract that actually has contracts, master contracts already bid at the state, so I'll be in contact with those contractors this week with our engineer. And so what you'll see is that'll be a faster procurement on that actually gets done.
Instead of bidding the project?
Yeah, it is. Instead of bidding it,
so they're already approved by the state.
It's one of our alternative bid methods.
And then the other question I had about that project, is that going to be impacted by the federal shutdown? Do we have any idea if grant funds are going to?
Well, it depends on how long that lasts.
Right. And my other question was, in looking at your cash flow, it looked like you assumed that was going to be a 5 to 6 month project.
Yeah, on the worst set of circumstances. But remember, when we put the fence up, we still can do our normal operations. Okay. Really, it's an impact to the parking of the businesses out there. We're already looking potentially at some solutions as we go down Pebbley Beach Road. Is there possibly areas where there's the slopes are further back from the fence
to
right
create
there.
some parking.
Yeah, to create some short-term parking there. So we think that we can handle all of that. What people would see when they come to the island is there would be a fence with fabric on it, and there'd be activity behind there, but they still could get on the ferry. So I guess the other big impact would be to the fishermen that use that area right there, and we'd find some place for them in the meantime.
And then the last question I had about the lift station, I know that we had some.
That's the same thing as we're trying to get with an alternative procurement method because it's a very specialized project. I was trying to look for contractors within that were on the island, general engineering contractors, because to be able to mobilize all those different pieces over here, it would be one of those contracts I think that we can get some very high bids on. So that's why I'm trying to work with this mass contract and see what they can bring to us this week. Okay. So more to come on those. I know that those are priorities for us. They're a priority for me. I lose sleep over
right, because that event was what, June 1st?
Yes, right in that.
And we need a permanent fix.
We need a permanent fix, and we're doing that. Okay, thanks.
And then because Pebbley Beach closure was mentioned, I'm just going to say today I needed gas, and I spoke with the city manager, and we're going to try to coordinate with the gas station has been having some difficulties related to the rain and being closed, to make sure that there's some ability for people to get gasoline.
Good point.
To get the notification so we can pass it on, yes.
Okay, and I think we'll be, right after this storm's done, we'll be reopening the road.
Oh, and I
Okay,
had one
like
more
we-
question. I'm sorry. The revetment project.
Revetment project, so we're working actively on the plans and the permitting for that right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. Very quickly, a lot on the agenda tonight. I just wanted to put the word out that Los Angeles City, in partnership with the United States Geological Service, has put together a free app for your smartphone called Shake Alert LA. And what it is, it's an app that if your phone is enabled with a GPS location and you leave it enabled in the background, any earthquake of 5.0 or higher will send an alert to your phone. And the hope with this system, as it gets better and the technology gets better, is you'll get a warning before an earthquake. It might be just a few seconds,
Right.
but that might make all the difference. So it's Shake Alert LA, and it's a free app, and you can put that on your phone, and there's lots of other good information on that, or contained in that app. Just very quickly, some of our 2018 year-end statistics. We ran 988 calls for service. About 70% of those were medical calls, and 30% were something other, fire, auto alarm, rescue, something like that. That puts us about 3.5% higher than last year. And then at this time, I'd like to call up a young man and his mom, Christian Flores. On December 7th of 2018 at about 7:30 in the evening, Christian was playing basketball. We're at the basketball courts. He noticed smoke coming from the building across the street and made a phone call, called 911, and activated the fire department. In this situation, it made all the difference because of the age of the building, the construction of the building. That timely notification made all the difference. A few more seconds either way, and regardless of how quickly we got there, the fire probably would have consumed that entire section of buildings. So Christian is 12 years old, and this simple act is tremendous, and we're honoring him tonight and giving him a proclamation. The proclamation wasn't quite ready, so we'll get that to him at a later date, but we wanted to recognize him for his quick thinking.
Great.
Christian's a pretty quiet young man, and we had to drag him here tonight. Mom worked out some kind of deal to drag him here.
Yeah, glad you did.
Does anybody have a camera to take a picture?
I can.
We all have cameras.
We'll do it after. You want to take one with council?
Well, let's do something now so he doesn't have to stay all night. Oh, wait.
Hey, he's got his,
He's got his other stuff.
he's got a device there that he can show.
Okay,
Part of
well,
the presentation.
okay, well, just get him with the chief there.
That's great.
Okay to smile.
Wait.
Wait.
The kids just taught me how to do portrait.
Technology.
Nice.
Good job.
And
Thank you.
I'll
Thank you,
share
Kristen.
those.
Very good job.
On that same call, Avalon Fire had a chance to use a new piece of equipment. This is a device that's referred to as a FST, or fire suppression tool. And what this is just a container that has a non-toxic aerosol in it that's a fire extinguishing agent. And the idea behind it is that you introduce it into a room of origin where the seat of the fire is at, and it doesn't displace oxygen or anything, but it just helps take some of the heat out of the fire. So it's not designed to put it out, but it does reduce the temperature in the room and darken it down a bit. So if there was somebody in the room, it could mean the difference between life or death, and it also makes a difference for our firefighters when they make entry. So on this particular evening, when the first engine company arrived on scene, they had smoke showing, and then within a few seconds of being on scene, fire broke out through a window, and so they knew they had active fire inside that unit. When they introduced water through the first charged hose line, explosions began to occur, and that was because there were batteries contained inside that business. So they backed out, and it had a bit of a problem on their hands where they've got a fire in a room of origin, and they can't introduce water into it without additional explosions. They deployed this device at that time, and it worked exactly as advertised. It darkened down the room. They were able to make entry, and they had a few little pockets of fire left to extinguish, but it reduced damage for the business owner. It made the fire attack much safer for the first-in crews, and it worked as advertised. This was the first time we've been able to use it. I've certainly been fooled before by fast-talking, as seen on TV salesmen, so we were super pleased that it worked as advertised, and additionally, these initial units came from a donation that the Yacht Club made. So I just wanted to introduce this and talk about a success story, and also thank the Yacht Club again for their generous donation.
Is that a one-use wonder? Or?
It is. It's
Okay.
a one-time, pull the pin, throw it in,
Okay,
and
bless you.
it's a one-time use.
Okay. So do we have others?
We do.
Oh, good.
We do.
Okay.
With that, I'll answer any questions if you like.
We ordered another one. Have we ordered another one?
We have. It's back ordered,
Okay.
and the manufacturer wanted to hear how we employed it, and was super pleased that we had such a good field test with it, so to speak.
Great, thank you.
Now you just pull the pin on that. Is that?
Pull the pin, throw it in. You have
Throw it in.
about 7 seconds, and then it goes off. And
So I should have one of those instead of a fire extinguisher?
they're working on a second generation where it was something that you would keep mounted in your house, where you could pull the pin, and if it was in the room where the fire was at, or you could take it to the room and throw it in on your way out.
Cool. Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank
and
you.
the cost is what? $10, $20?
I'm sorry?
The cost?
Cost?
$20?
Yeah, it's about a $600 piece of equipment.
Okay. All right, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, Chief. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good job.
Yeah. You're down right.
Hi, Council. Good evening. I just wanted to start off by introducing Oren Karstarfin. When I got promoted to an interim harbor master, I made Oren my interim assistant harbor master. And he has done a great job. He's done everything I've asked, and his support is tremendous. He's was just appointed as full-time assistant harbor master, and I just wanted him to introduce you guys so you guys know a little bit about the department. Oren has 26 years of service with the harbor department. He used to be a vessel assist captain. He's in charge of operations and training, and also oversees the scheduling, which our scheduling sergeant is Ron Aaron. So I just wanted to introduce you to you. I'm lucky to have him and introduce him to the town. So
We're lucky to have you, Oren. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Okay, since the last councilman we've had a couple of pretty good storms. Obviously, the one over New Year's that worked out really well. We prepared really well for it, and it paid off. No boats on the beach, no injuries. Unfortunately, there wasn't a whole lot of visitors, but I'll take that over the loss of life anytime. So I got an email from the Ryan Kittle from the Weather Service, and he put in his advisory that this storm has the potential of 2014. That little statement did wonders for us, because we got that on Friday. We went to every boat that was there on a beautiful sunny day and gave them that report and said that you need to be out of here by Monday morning. This is not the place to be. And they heed the warning finally. And I sent an email up to Ryan to say thank you. They've come over in 6 months ago, and we had a meeting, and they asked us, the Weather Service, what can we do to help you? And we gave these suggestions that when you talk about Santa Ana's and Avalon, Avalon is not a harbor, is not a safe harbor for Santa Ana's. And so they put that in there. I sent him an email saying thank you, that his participation saved lives, saved property. Well, he took that email and gave it to his boss, and his boss sent it up to the director of NOAA. And I got an email back from the director of NOAA. I guess in Washington, they're not doing a whole lot right now. And it took time to send a letter down and say, thanks. You know what? No, not everybody reaches out to their staff to say thank you very much. But in this case, my hat's off to Ryan and the National Weather Service. And we've got a great line of communication, and we get emails constantly on these storms. I got one this afternoon. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, great. Is he on furlough?
I'm sorry,
Has he
ma'am?
been furloughed?
30 years on the water, I can't hear you.
Oh, I said because of the government shutdown. I just
Oh.
wanted to make sure he's not furloughed.
Yeah, no, you know what? The Oxnard counterpart up there they get paid by the government, and they're not getting paid, but they're working. And so, I mean, there's dedication there. It's nice to see. I'm sorry that.
Well, let him know we appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I tell you what, man, we owe him a lot. So, I got the email from Rear Admiral Tim Gallette, who is the director of NOAA. So, and by the way, he honeymooned here in Avalon. So he was asking me all kinds of questions about Avalon. So that was nice. If you noticed over there on the mole, float 1 has been removed. We're just waiting for a good day to tow it over. We kind of got killed this week, and probably out. I'm hoping for maybe Wednesday of next week, but we're still on schedule. So we're ready to go on that. So other than that, if there's any questions you have, feel free. If not, I'll sit down.
What's our status of our crane up there on the pier, JJ? I know it's been down for a while. Exactly how long has it been down?
It is down, and it's just a matter of getting something out there. And I've talked with Bob about it, about getting our crane out there to be able to pull it off. The crane is still good. It's just that structure underneath it needs to be replaced. It's so it's on the list. But now with this float 1 project over there, we're taking the ramp off. We have to shorten the ramp and then put everything back in. I'm hoping before summer that will happen. I'm not guaranteeing it will, but because everybody said, you said by summer. No, I mean it's on the list to do. So we're not using it right now. We got it shut down.
So it's a little bit of a safety thing.
Well, it's a big safety thing. It's not going to fall down, but when you start lifting, that side of it, we're running into an issue. So it is a safety thing. We've shut it down, turned the power off to it, and as soon as we can get in there to get that out, we'll end up doing that. So,
JJ?
Yes, ma'am.
How do we get that moved up the priority list?
That's a good question. As soon as, again, it's people and money. I don't have enough people to be able to do that project and the Float 1 project. I will work with Bob, and I know that it's especially for the fishermen and stuff, it's something that they need to have, but right now I can't give you an exact date that it's going to happen.
No, I'm just saying that you had said it's on the list and hopefully before summer, but I speak from experience. Hauling a 200-pound tuna up that ramp is not easy. But also, as we've heard in recent council meetings about the loss of business that we're seeing come through the harbor, the loss of tournaments and whatnot, this is another impact. A lot of people would come into town because they could weigh their fish in Avalon and they could take all these fancy photos and whatnot, and we've lost a lot of that. And so I'm just asking we don't know how much it's going to cost to fix. Maybe it's not as much as we think. So I'm just asking, how can we push that up on the priority list? Because I think it's an important asset for our visitors to...
Just by you making that statement, I'll put it up we'll push it up as soon as we can. But the reality of it is we didn't shut that thing down actually till almost the end of summer. I mean, we still had it going, I think, into July. But then when we saw it tipping from the bottom as it starts to lean, we had...
So the project would actually entail relocating it to someplace else because the pier piling project's not happening?
No, well, I think once we get it and look at what we need to do down there, it's just a matter of restructuring it to the cap rails going across the piers. Those aren't bad. It's the piling and the the bolts going through the cap rails. Some are going through, some aren't. So some have rusted completely out, gone. They're not even there.
Have we thought about outsourcing it?
I'm sorry?
Have we thought about outsourcing it?
Again, it's just, the money, we can do that, but I know that we don't have the budget to do that. But I'll look into that too.
Okay.
I wish I could be more specific.
No, I understand.
just-
All I'm asking is,
Yeah.
how do we get it moved up the list so that we can find out what it's going to entail and how much it's going to cost?
Okay.
Because there's possibility that we could go out and ask for some donations, we could maybe find some funding for it, but I know that, yes, after what we would normally call the fishing season, sure, maybe it went down at that point, but there was, 25 tuna caught by locals this year? How cool would that have been for any of them to be able to participate? And that's free advertising for the island. That's just cool. Okay. That goes all the way back to the days of Zane Grey and everyone else. So that's all I'm saying is that, we keep talking about amenities and things that we're missing, and we have an opportunity that maybe we could move this up. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying, how do we get it moved up?
We'll take a strong look at it and move forward. With all the other projects that we're trying to find money for, it was just kind of just sat there. So I'll give it my best. That's all I can offer.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Jay.
Good evening, Captain John Hocking. I just want to talk real quickly about two noteworthy incidents that occurred. On New Year's Eve, there was a motorist that was involved in a traffic collision, and he ultimately crashed his vehicle at Lover's Cove, and the golf cart went into the water. It was kind of ironic. The headlights were on for about 3.5, 4 hours, so I don't know what kind of battery he had on that, but I want one for mine. The 2 days later, when the storm pretty much passed, Harbor Patrol, Baywatch, and the Sheriff's Department went out on a Harbor Patrol Baywatch boat and were able to get it over to the mole and use the other crane over there and lift it out. Okay. And I really want to thank them for that because they did a really good job. As soon as the water was safe, they were able to do that. The other thing I want to thank the community, especially on Sumner Avenue. Yesterday, we received a call of an intoxicated male that was causing a problem at Sumner at Five Corners. Basically, he was extremely intoxicated and he was damaging a large tree, and then he was carrying the branches down the street. He grabbed onto a female resident and forced her across the street against her will, and was, like I said, extremely intoxicated. Because we received numerous calls, we were able to get there within seconds and apprehended him, took him into custody, and now he's going to be having a court date in the near future. There was no injuries to the female, but I really appreciate the quick response that people, they saw something, they said something. We received 3 or 4 911 calls all simultaneously, and we were able to get there and apprehend the suspect. So I really appreciate that. Does anybody have any questions for me?
No. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Council. Update on some of the projects Avalon has going on. Zane Grey, the project is moving forward in a positive manner. Unfortunately, I don't have an expected opening date for that. Trailhead, we have advised the Conservancy that there's a discrepancy between the amount of square footage approved by the Planning Commission to be used for events in the restaurant and the amount that they are currently hoping to be able to use once they open. We are working with the Conservancy to avoid any unnecessary delays to their certificate of occupancy. I walked the project today with Tim, and it is a really beautiful. They've done a really good job with that. Atwater is drywalling the corridors. The hotel process is moving forward a little bit faster than the restaurant, but they're working diligently to still meet their early summer opening date. Bonds, we can all see their progress, and we'll be discussing that project a little bit more on the agenda. We are going to be having another round of public workshops later this month or in February for the LCP update, so there'll be another round of public workshops on that. In our update, to the general plan in 2013, we created 2 new zones, resort recreation low density and resort recreation high density. And so at the Planning Commission meeting next month, we're going to be talking about the actual development standards for those 2 zones. We have not adopted those development standards. We're anticipating that they shouldn't differ greatly from our current low density and high density. I talked to the city manager about whether or not we were concerned that this would affect the Las Casitas project, and currently we anticipate that the Las Casitas project for the company is going to require a development agreement, and so we would be working on those standards for them at that time. The residential inspection program, we've been working with our new building official, John Gilbert, to refine the proposed inspections list and the enforcement aspects, and we expect to have that back for your review the first meeting in February. The Pebbly Beach employee housing is happening. This project is progressing satisfactorily. The project is utilizing modular housing components. So once all the site work is done, that project should move forward pretty rapidly. We will be having, the Planning Commission will be having the discussion regarding the various aspects of transient rental permits. At the February meeting, you had given some direction to the Planning Commission to be discussing some of those issues, so that'll be at our February meeting as well. Any questions for me?
You covered me when you talked about residential inspection. Thank you very much.
Matt Baker, speaking on behalf of the Finance Department. Happy to report that the Successor Agency County Oversight Board today adopted our proposed ROPS and admin budget. And that included a revision to what was sent to council to include interest on a SRAF loan. So they've adopted it with the interest in there. The questions I had relating to the SRAF led to more questions with the auditors, so I'm still working with them to finalize fiscal year 17. I'm still, my goal is to have that done by the end of this month. We're close. There's just one or two outstanding questions that this sort of brought up. One last thing, just as a reminder, business license renewals were due today. Delinquent notices are going to be sent out later this week. So if you haven't paid your business license, use this as an opportunity to get it turned in right away before the notices go out.
I had a question, Matt. So the approval by the county, the new formed oversight board,
Yep.
did that include the monies that Elizabeth Hull had emailed us about?
Yes.
So that's worth touting. So that's a sizable amount. It's
So
over 200,000, correct?
There was questions whether or not the SRAF loan that the successor agency made to the Housing Authority, whether the Housing Authority could charge interest on that loan. I guess there had been changes in the law and various interpretations, and so based on discussions with council as well as with our consultants, we went and included the interest. And so as a result, the city will be getting over, I believe, over $300,000 in interest through the ROPS payments that we're now requesting. So
And that's essentially money that's coming from redevelopment.
That is money
tax
coming from
funds.
redevelopment funds that we previously didn't have budgeted for. So that's exciting for future years. Again, we won't see that money until 2020, 2021, but it's money.
But
coming to the
essentially
city.
that pays for the revitalization of East Whitley.
It's a good chunk of money. So it's
That's how I
definitely a
look
good
at
win
it.
for the
Yeah.
city.
That's great.
Right.
Very good.
You're not sitting down yet. So I have a question. Any feedback from the community on those businesses that it applies to about the numbered receipts?
So we have gotten some feedback from some of the businesses. There's some difficulty for certain businesses to give a first receipt and last receipt in the sense that some businesses pay ad tax on some of their receipts, so they wouldn't be subject to gross receipts and say a percent rent lease situation. So each business, there are some unique exceptions, and so what we've been trying to do is work with the businesses with the goal of getting an understanding of the volume of transactions associated with the gross receipts that they are reporting. We've had several businesses call in with questions, and I think what we've been able to do is come up with a solution where the city can get a better understanding of the volume associated with the gross receipts, which is what the intent was behind having a first receipt and a last receipt, that would give the city an understanding of the volume associated with what they're reporting. And so we have been working with businesses that have called in to explain how their businesses don't necessarily line up with a first receipt, last receipt. And so our goal has really been to work with the businesses, but with the intent of getting that transaction volume information as well as with the gross receipt figures.
So when you say transaction volume, I guess my concern is the 7% or the 4% and making sure we're getting that.
Yes, so when we get the first receipt and the last receipt number, what that's going to give us is an understanding of how many transactions they're purporting took place with what that gross receipt number figure is. And where that's going to help the city is if down the road, if we decide to audit, we can look for fluctuations in the transaction volume and see whether there's any outliers. If say, two similar businesses have vastly different numbers of transactions in a given period, that may be an indicator of a business we'd be more likely to select. And so we have had businesses come explaining their situation, and really what we're trying to do is work with the business not to create additional work, but still get, I think the ultimate goal is that additional data point to understand how much transaction volume they're purporting is related to the gross receipts.
But the transaction volume is one thing, but then, okay, let's say I'm going to rent a bicycle.
Yeah.
And I rent it for a full day versus a half a day, and there's a difference there. How is that?
Again, it's not going to be a perfect indicator, but it is going to give us more information than what we currently have.
Okay.
Our expectation is that we would receive still the first receipt and the last receipt number. An example, there's a business that gives tours. If we gave a first receipt and last receipt, they pay after the tour has already occurred.
Right.
And so if they gave us a first receipt and last receipt number of the month, that wouldn't necessarily reflect the number of tours that are occurring in the month, and they don't pay the gross receipt until they've actually given the tour.
I see.
And so for that business, we did discuss looking at the number of attendees on the tour associated with the gross receipts that they're reporting. And so each business is different, and we understand that. And so we're really trying to come up with a solution that doesn't put a lot more work on the business, but still gives us, the city, that additional piece of information.
Great. Thank you very much.
I had a quick question, Matt, about host compliance,
Yes.
whether we're making any progress.
We've given them the updated data, and they've ran it through their system. With the updated figures, we right now only have 42 properties that preliminarily have been identified as out of compliance, and so that means no CUP, no business license as of fiscal year 18, or no TOT paid during the period. I want to caveat that 42 number. I believe last time I said there was 100. That was using old information. This 42 is with the information that I've pulled together and updated. Out of that 42, I do anticipate there may be some false positives. For example, I did look at a couple and I noticed it was a hotel, and that's why it came up on the list, but it's not a true non-compliance issue. So our plan is to focus first on any of those properties that don't have a CUP. And if there are properties that don't have a CUP, we'll be sending out notices, and I'm working with Amanda on the language in those notices. And then from there, as business license renewals come in January, we'll do an updated set of the data to look at 2019. Given the relative small volume of properties out of compliance, I've been discussing with the team alternative approaches. Since we have the tool, we're definitely going to utilize it. But going forward, depending on what comes out of the next round of review, if you will, I'm not sure if I'm going to bring it back for future years. It really just depends on how much value does it truly provide to the city. And the 42 properties is significantly lower than what I originally thought would be the kind of the volume of issues. So I will have more information, and I'll have. My plan is to have a presentation, the first presentation or the first council meeting in March, and that way I can get direction as whether or not we want to renew.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, we do have one more.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Our up-and-coming dancers in the community, we started a program this year, the first of the year, Catalina Breakers, breakdancing program, new to us. We have 23 in attendance so far. Meet Sundays at Tremont. Last weekend, we kicked off our tumbling dance and ninja program, 8-week program on Saturdays at Tremont Hall with 36 participants in it. And then this weekend will be our first of our flag football games. We're 2 weeks into it with team selections and our first practice with about 50 participants there. So some of the recreation programming starting as of the first of the year. Up at JMF, we started we're continuing our improvements up there. We've got 6 of the 8 bleacher sets built out. They're compliant bleachers with 2 more to go. Should go on in the next couple of weeks. We also will be adding some shade behind the backstop, and then over the main, the largest section of bleachers in the main seating area will be some shade that'll be installed in the next couple of weeks as well. This week, Thursday, Friday, barring rain, we are scheduled to have Kids Park play structure taken down for some updates to that, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week, the resurfacing replaced there as well. Both the JMF project and then the project across the street is grant funded, and it about wraps up the grant funding projects that we've got on the books right now. Tuesday of next week at 6 o'clock will be our first community meeting for the community garden. Everybody's welcome. At 6 o'clock here in council chambers. Micah Phillips is taking the lead with that. Staff's giving a little bit of support to get it off the ground with the meeting. And then we're planning they're planning their first planting probably the first weekend in February, but we'll see what comes out of the meeting next Tuesday, get a feel for what kind of community involvement we'll have, start to delegate some of those responsibilities, and take it from there. New this year, we're going to try a kite festival. It's a brainchild of Allison Osinski. She requested we do something last year. It was kind of towards the end of the year. So February 9th, we're going to try a kite festival up at JMF. We're going to pre-purchase some smaller kites that will be available for sale here as of January 28th, so a couple weeks prior. But just a kind of a fun late morning, early afternoon for kids and families to fly kites, and then adults to fly a little bit later. We've got a flyer out now for it. And then we'll have awards for highest flown kite, the longest flown kite, best overall kite, best effort to get a kite off the ground, if you've seen that. So we're looking forward to seeing how that goes.
Dan, I'm sorry, can you repeat the date for the kite?
It's going to be Saturday, February 9th. I believe it's 10 to 12 being youth and family, and then 12 to 2 being adults.
Are we going to be selling the string as well?
We will have we'll have the kits
the full.
available. Yeah, we'll have kits. We're going to have a limited supply just to make it a little more accessible to get
hopefully like
basic kite off the ground.
Yeah, hopefully Leo's and the toy store can kind of hear this too, and maybe they'll come out with some stuff.
We'll get flyers out to both of them and see if they can prepare for that as well. The Homeless Task Force, we have yet to meet. We hope to do it here in the next week or so. I'm still putting together that group. I was asked to jump on it, just prior to the holidays. It was a little tough to get people together for the holidays. I do have a phone conference. It'll be myself and Scott with Avalon Community Church tomorrow with the Salvation Army. They've reached out and want to get involved with some of the services they have at Long Beach and maybe assist us with that. So looking forward to see how that goes. And then lastly, the straw and single-use plastic bag ordinance went into effect January 1st. We are seeing some compliance. We're not seeing total compliance yet. We've had a couple people come to us and asked that, and similar to the polystyrene, asked that if they had some stock on their shelves that we would work with them on that. We're taking note of that. We will work with them on that. It's anywhere from 30 days to 90 days. We anticipate by spring most of that stock will be taken care of, and then we can get a little more forceful in terms of enforcing that. The Bonds, I think, as we all have seen, has probably been the biggest user of the plastic bags, and they've gone to paper, which has been great. And I think that was it.
Well, on the homeless count, because I know you and I have spoken about it, I mentioned it to Denise as well. I appreciate the fact we want a homeless committee, but there's something that needs to be done now. We got guys, and either we have to say, okay, we're not going to, They're sleeping in the bathrooms here. Where was the other place you said, the what gentleman was sleeping?
We've had a gentleman and now another one sleeping at the skate park under ramps.
Yeah, and not that that's a bad place for them to sleep, it's just not right. I mean, I just feel really bad. And I don't know if there's anything we can do a little more post-haste than trying to get the committee and then, to what would be the actual immediate need of those folks so that they really are out of the weather, won't feel like they're being hassled, which I know law enforcement's been good, they're not hassling them really. But just, my heart goes out to them, and
I will make every effort to get this group off the ground next week, and then hopefully be able to report back at the.
Okay, because I don't know if we say on these dates we try to find a hotel room when we pay for a hotel room for them to stay. If we could find a hotel that would give us a decent enough rate in the winter so that they have a place to stay.
We have housing funds. I mean, we have emergency shelter funds. I think that that's a good idea, Annie. I think staff could maybe look into that. If there's consensus, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll talk to staff.
One question for you. Any headway with the lights, possibly putting lights across the street? We talked about it a little bit.
I can certainly look into it. It's not something that was budgeted for this fiscal year. I can get back to council and with a budget number and what that would be. There is some money for your pet project, not your pet project, but City Park and something that you'd asked for. But there is some money for some lighting improvement there that we'll be working on this fiscal year, but not as of yet, but certainly come back with a number.
Okay.
Well, what, doesn't Edison put up a pole for nothing, or they charge us to put up a pole?
I don't know. Unless they could look into that, or.
I mean, because they didn't charge us when they redid the poles downtown, did they? All the new poles, light poles that Edison put up? No, they didn't.
That they were replacing?
Yeah, they don't know. So if we ask for another one, that's just revenue for them, is it not? I don't know, could we reach out to
Well, we all pay
Edison?
for it anyway.
What's that?
I mean, we pay for it anyway.
Only the utility, only the electricity, but not maybe the pole.
Yeah, that's part of their capital improvement projects.
Right, so maybe just to.
Anyway,
Have this discussion.
whenever you get time, I know you're a busy guy.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other departments? Did we add any? Nope. Okay, let's go. Let's go to city manager report.
I only had 3 things, and 2 of them already been covered by department heads. The remaining one is just to tell you that the next city council meeting we will have on the harbor fees for the moorings, so we will publicly notice that in the paper as a public hearing. And some recommendations, giving you the difference between what we did adopt in our fee schedule versus some of the comments we heard at the last council meeting. And then also, Councilmember Cassie had asked us to bring forward possible formation of the Harbor Committee, and so we'll bring you some information on it. That's at the next council meeting.
Okay, great. And city attorney?
Nothing tonight.
Okay. Council member reports.
Should I go first?
Sure.
Okay. I'm going to start with the hardest one. The fire department the city lost a volunteer firefighter. And when sad things happen, sometimes it makes you feel better to think of, okay, what can we do to help other people? And I would like to ask that when we do our mid-budget review, that we consider medevac insurance as a potential benefit for people who don't have any benefits. So volunteer firefighters and part-time people. It's a fairly inexpensive benefit, but I would hate to think that somebody was advised to go over town and didn't because they couldn't afford it.
All right. Good.
And I did reach out to Chief Krug, and I understand there's all kinds of issues involved in that, but I just think it's something to consider. And another thing that I'd like to see us consider is to make sure that all part-time people and the volunteer firefighters have access to information about programs like the Affordable Care Act, so that somebody who thinks they can't afford insurance might actually learn that they could, because I think people are not aware of the subsidies that are available to people who have limited means. And I don't know whether we can do that in-house, whether it's a matter of maybe bringing in Chuck Martin's and Chuck Martin's son have been very helpful to the community in that regard. Maybe they could help and do a program. I think they've been brought in to do some programs before, but what else did I have on my list quickly? Through oversight, it looks like, and we're involved in hiring an assistant city manager, and I commend the city manager for taking on the task of doing that. But and looking at the ordinance, and it looks like we can fix it by resolution, because we had a city manager who got rid of that position. It's not specified as to who has the final hiring decision authority for that, and I'd like to have a resolution brought back so that we could have some discussion, because I think the buck stops with the city council when it comes to hiring who is likely the next city manager. I mean, it stands to reason we're hiring when Denise decides to leave us. The assistant city manager will be the city manager, so I'd like to ask if we could have that on the next city council meeting. Okay. And mid-year budget review, are we planning
Yes,
one?
second meeting right now. We have it slated for the second meeting in February.
Okay.
February, wow.
Okay, and then just the last item, it's kind of small, but because so many people don't have access to TV, to watch us on TV, and I know people want to stay involved, could we have a continuous small ad in the newspaper that reminds people that on our website how they do? I mean, I had to actually walk somebody through how they did it, but once they did it, they didn't realize they could stream it on their computer.
Right.
For some of our older members in the community, it'd be helpful.
That's a good idea.
And that's what I had.
Go ahead, Old.
Just as a personal note, following up on Ms. Albers, I got to participate in a medevac from Catalina to the mainland, and I got the bill today, and it was $43,000. Luckily, I have the insurance, so it didn't cost the 40. But that's those of you out there that if you get medevac, it can be really expensive.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
I don't want to compliment the fire department. No bumps on the way out to Pebble Beach. It was really nice. But that's all I have.
Okay.
I just want to bring up just the Harbor Boys, and when it was really rough out there, and I talked to some people that were out there kind of observing all the wind, and all the Harbor Boys and Baywatch, and everybody was working out there, and everybody that I talked to had a lot of good things to say about the Harbor Boys, and I just want to congratulate them. It's not an easy job out there. I just want to thank them for their hard work, and then right after that, I would like to thank the Public Works crew coming up and cleaning up that town after that. It gets to be a mess with everything, and I think they just need a little attaboy once in a while. So to those two departments, thank you guys.
Thank you, Richard. Those were on my list of comments, so I'll just defer to those. A couple quick items. I'm not sure, mostly for the city manager, has there ever been discussion that you're aware of about whether or not it's a good idea, bad idea to have a system in place where we record the phone calls at City Hall?
I've never heard a discussion on it, Cindy.
Okay. We can certainly have a conversation offline about it, but I would definitely like to briefly look into it and see if it's worth moving forward on. And then also for the public, I went to Gateway Cities Council of Government meeting. I think it was on the 2nd. And just most notable is the Metro Blue Line is currently begun its construction. The Metro, it's now called the New Blue. $350 million improvements, including train control, track work, overhead power station area improvements. It is requiring portions of the Blue Line to be out of service for 2 to 4 months in some cases. And just a reminder, metro.net/New Blue is the website. Information is in English and Spanish, transfers, bus schedules, and how it's all going to work over the next few months is all at that metro.net New Blue. And then, certainly not for tonight, since we're well into our meeting already, but I would like for the council, and I know I've asked for a lot of items on the next agenda, so I would defer it to a further one, but I would really like for the council to have a conversation amongst itself about how we can work with the community to help mitigate trash. Primarily, the gate area, the entrance into the Conservancy, Three Palms, the casino area, basically the party spots in town. And it's just getting worse, and the Sheriff's Department has done an amazing job of really ramping up, driving around the areas and moving the kids along and whatnot. But unfortunately, there seems to be a disconnect with the party of this day and age versus the party of our older generations that really took pride in their community. And yes, since the beginning of time, people partied all over town, FNS, all these places, but they took pride in their community and they cleaned up after themselves. And what we're seeing now is atrocious. And what we see over Hogsback is what our visitors are seeing, because it's our visitors who are going up there. They're walking around, they're utilizing the zip line, and it's embarrassing nonetheless. The same with Three Palms. We can put all the trash cans we want in town, but that doesn't change the fact that we need to have a conversation about instilling pride in our community. And it's not the city's responsibility, it's not the Island Company's responsibility, it's the people who are littering, it's their responsibility. So somehow, ideas, if we can put that on an agenda so that we can talk openly amongst the five of us.
Right. And not to make light of it, but of course, I like to do that every once in a while. If you give everybody a paper bag, and if they get pulled over by law enforcement, if they have empty cans in their vehicles, they will be busted for open containers. Okay, anyway, moving right along. Did you have more?
Nope, that was my last item.
Okay. Well, on that same subject, Councilmember Olson and I met with Jay Fowler of CR&R today, and we got a little handout, so I gave mine to Pam, but maybe we can make sure the rest of the council gets it. But they were talking about their technologies moving forward, their plans that are kind of longer term going down, whether it's gasification or, what's the other term?
Yeah. That thing.
Yeah, and stuff that we, would also...
Go to Paris.
What's that?
You have to go to Paris.
Yeah, Paris, California. They talked about that. They talked about they're researching the possibility of, since we have two pickups a week, maybe doing recycles one day and garbage the other day, and that might resolve a lot of the problems or solve a lot of the problems. But I think they're taking their job very serious, and they're taking their contract very serious with the city. So I felt really good, and I don't know if there's anything else from that meeting that either of you wanted to add.
Well, they're going to first work with the commercial people to get their recycling down to science and their green waste and their garbage down. And then once they get that working smoothly, then they'll come back to the rest of the residents too.
Right. And the discussion was education once again, and we talked about the younger people as well, helping the school-age children. That could be very helpful to put the pressure on parents and maybe their teen brothers and sisters, whatever. So yes.
I do want it noted that Mr. Fowler said that the businesses in downtown area were all doing a great job in their separating of the stuff. It was just their problem of how they're picking it up, so they're going to change their ways of picking it up separately so it doesn't get commingled.
Right.
And also, he's still trying to set up a time to meet with other council members. Yeah. And then they'll be coming to the council meeting quarterly to give updates.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, oral communications. This is an opportunity for people, the community, to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes and no action will be taken.
Good evening, Mark Tasker, 330 Clarissa. Mayor Marshall and I had a discussion about traffic the other day, and I thought I was going to be out of town, but I'm here. So there's a distinct problem with heavier vehicles than what a pickup would be racing up and down some of the streets. And since we're all rolling in cash, we don't have the discretionary funds to start repairing the roadways from broken utilities like on Upper Clarissa. What I've noticed the last couple of days, and this might even go into the Vons situation, is that later on in the day I've seen the Vons delivery trucks coming down Clarissa, which means they went up Catalina, down Clarissa, which is not a truck route. So I know I'm going to get excoriated by people in town, but maybe the council should look into a per gross ton vehicle permit like they have, like DOT has, for offsetting the cost of using money that would be used for more important things to repair the damage caused by laziness. So I know that's pretty, anyway, but or we could start putting barricades up.
Right. And I think they're coming down you meant Catalina Street, not Clarissa, right?
No, they're going up Catalina.
Up Catalina.
And down Clarissa. And a truck route is designated.
Oh, upper, okay.
Yeah,
right.
so the truck route has to have two feet extra base to keep but if you look on Upper Clarissa, you'll see 6 or 7 holes that were from past repairs caused by heavy trucks.
Yeah, okay.
And it's not necessarily the gross tons, but it's the weight of the truck also bouncing if it's empty.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hi, Kathleen Hill Carlisle, 311 East Whitley. I just wanted to give you all a quick follow-up on the emails I had sent you this week regarding the drainage on Catalina Avenue. I asked you all to come look at it, and now it's not doing it because the sidewalk's gone across the street, so it's a great big trench that all the water's going into. So I just wanted to thank City Manager Denise and Planning Director Amanda and the building inspector, Bob, for meeting with me today and jumping right on this and following through. They've had a guy checking things. So, for instance, there were sandbags blocking the trench, which you would do, but they had to move those because with the sandbags there, the flooding was coming across the street again. So I just want everybody to be aware that when that sidewalk does go back in, it will be an issue. The problem started when Vaughn's building hooked up their beacon downspouts. According to the contractor, he thinks that half the water goes one way and the other way. That was what you would think. In the middle of the street goes both ways. I filmed it today and I've been watching it. All the water from the downspouts goes toward Catalina Avenue. All the water from Eucalyptus, the alleys on Eucalyptus, Catalina Avenue, it all goes down Catalina Avenue, and the whole street tilts toward the old Turner Inn. So we did have 3 inches of water. It was ankle deep in front of our front door on top of the sidewalk. Somebody exiting the building had to walk down the street until they found a golf cart that they could climb into and then get across to the middle of the street where the water was not so deep. So Bob had some great input on why cisterns weren't built underneath, which was one of the things I suggested. He gave me some very good information on why that didn't happen and what they could do now. And there's some storm drain issues, and they assured me that everything that could be a potential problem will be mitigated before the Vaughn's is finally approved, or it gets its, it will be taken care of. So I feel really good about that meeting and that information from your people. So that's it.
Wow, thank you.
Thank you.
That's great.
Chuck Martin, 352 Catalina. A couple months ago when I couldn't talk, I submitted some questions regarding Vaughn's. We're getting close to opening, and maybe some of them have been addressed, but some of them were talked about or when we were approving Vaughn's back 3 years ago, wherever it was. One was a recycling facility for bottles and cans. I think we pay hundreds of thousands of dollars, just the people here, and we get nothing back for it.
Right.
Another one was the concern for enough parking in Vaughn's, and I had suggested that the employees park somewhere else. And I think that's been addressed. I'm not sure, but if it hasn't, it should be. And the other one is, I know they talked about the last meeting, is the shopping carts. And I know the magnets don't work over at the present Vaughn's, but we need to do something to, there's shopping carts in the alleys and the big building across the street that's got a 7-bedroom that rents all the time, always has carts in front of it. And even if we could get some signs up, I don't know if it's possible to have an ordinance telling people they cannot remove carts, but even if there were signs up that Claudia could make or something that say, please do not remove the carts from the Vaughn's area. And this thing with putting $1 in and getting it back, when those things aren't going to work, and obviously the magnet's not going to work. But we need to do something to stop carts from being all over town. And these things were brought up back then, and obviously they weren't conditions of approval. Because the cart thing, I know if you went back and looked at the meetings, I personally brought it up that we need to have the magnets, and the guy who was running it for Vaughn said, we'll take care of it. Never got into the conditions of approval.
We're going to be addressing that tonight.
Yeah.
Because it actually is in there, so we'll discuss that.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I'd be out of here by 5:30. Anyway, I know.
Stay with the party. Because we, I don't know if we're going to be talking about the recycling again. I don't think that we are.
That's one of the conditions.
Okay, because, yeah.
Well,
Stick around and listen.
As many people have talked about the carts being removed, something should be done. I mean, I know it's not a major thing, and Joey can always drive around and pick them up, but I don't think that's...
They don't have a pickup truck anymore.
Well...
So, and Vons is here in the room today, right? Oh, yeah, Vons is here.
Do we have a whole...
No, I know, but I was just making a comment, is Vons in the room? Not to respond right now, but I don't think Vons is in the room. So, okay.
I'll watch y'all talking about it on television at home. But I appreciate just taking some serious look at it.
Yeah, we have been the last few meetings. I don't know if you've been missing us, but we've been talking about it. That's why it's here again.
Thank you. And then that's my son that does the insurance. I don't do that anymore, Pam.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Any other people? Paula?
Paula Patterson, 221 Whitley. I just wanted to reiterate what some of you had already talked about how Public Works really got on cleaning up after this continuous onslaught of weather. But I did have one little question I wanted to ask. I've been watching that little arch take a beating. That could be a casino arch on that one side, and I know that I'm thinking that we even allocated in the budget for repair on that, and as it just keeps getting hit and hit and hit, I'm hoping that it's going to be on the
hit list.
Yeah, the fun hit list that we got going, but boy, it's looking so scary on the ocean side, so.
Which now they couldn't do anything if they wanted to. Yeah. But go ahead, Bob, respond, please.
There are $30,000 in the budget, and we anticipate having that done before we get to Memorial Day.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Here comes Paul.
Yes. Oh, I'm going to do this so quick. Not even going to know, so quick. The Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. I just want to let everybody know that the library has closed, but we've moved to a wonderful temporary facility at 210A Metropole. The main library is undergoing a major refurbishment. It's going to be wonderful. I've seen the plans. They're going to be laptops. We're going to have laptops for rent. But also in the meanwhile, we have many library services available at the Express Library. It's a little jewel box. Come on in. I did the bookshelves myself. We have 2 computers for the public. We've got Wi-Fi. We've got the little kid computer with, I Love Dora. That's available. I don't know how many months it's going to take before the main library comes back. I can't even estimate. It may be a little while, but it's going to be amazing when it happens. The response for this temporary library has been very positive. The kids love it. The grown-ups who come in seem to really like it as well. Really quickly, I'm going to go through a couple of things I'm going to try doing over at the library over the next month. Knitting. It's going to be a good tie-in with the dance party coming up, I think. Avalon Knits, come on in. Suzanne's going to do a knitting circle. That's going to be Saturdays in February at 4 o'clock. I want to do a Your Library on your device, sort of basic computer help with the library's, Overdrive website or Hoopla or what have you, so you can do ebooks and movies. I love this. Adult coloring. Please come on in for adult coloring. It's very calming and meditative. I'm going to start my story time on the 29th, I think, Saturday the 29th, Saturday at 11. I'm going to do my book club coming up next week. I'm going to split the book club, man, I am talking fast, into 2 parts because I've noticed some people can't make the Tuesday night. So I'm going to do it in 2 bits, one on Tuesday night, one on Friday afternoon. So just come on in. It's a true crime novel this month. And because I was sorry kids didn't have a book club, I'm going to do a kids book club. I'm going to read Matilda. And I'm tentatively going to do an outer space talk because I'm a member of the NASA Solar System Ambassadors team, which is kind of fun. I also booked a magician for February 6th. Christopher T. Magician. I don't know how he's going to fit in the little room, but we're going to make him do it anyway. So thank you very much. Please come check out your library. Our hours are 10 to 6, Tuesday through Saturday. We do close for lunch from 1 to 2. So
Thank you, Paul. Boy, there's a lot of exciting things in that little library. Okay, that's it. Now we're going to go to the consent calendar.
At 7:15, we're heading to the consent calendar.
There's a lot of stuff on consent.
There are 12 items on the consent calendar. The last one is the Housing Authority. The first one is minutes from December 4th and December 18th. The second one is warrants for a total disbursement of $2,271,427.17, and that's from December 8th through January 4th. The third one is to adopt the resolution accepting the fiscal year 18-19 second quarter treasurer's report. Number 4 is authorizing the city manager to execute a multi-year contract with Dudick for the audit of our sewer system management plan. There are 5 waterside permits on the consent calendar next. 4 of them are for approval, and that is for Get Tubed, Mountain and Sea Educational Adventures, Catalina Island Charters, and Canby Engineering. And also there's one for denial, and that's Crystal Clear Kayaks. I'm cutting these all short because of the time. The 11th one on the agenda is to accept and file the report for the development agreement between the City of Avalon and Hamilton Pacific. And then the 12th item on the Housing Authority is to adopt a resolution approving the Housing Authority successor agency's annual report for fiscal year 2017-18.
I'd like to pull 4, 11, and 12, please.
4 for me.
Okay. Well, that's pretty good.
I have one question.
Yes.
Can I ask you again?
Yes, you may.
Yes, sir.
Did we do the harbor congestion study?
No, we didn't. It was on the budget, and it got pushed back to minor leagues. I'm going to put it back on this budget period, and hopefully we can get it done. In speaking with Moffitt and Nichols, they were saying that you're looking at about $80,000 for the harbor congestion study. So it's just...
Without doing the study, how do we approve 5 more new permits?
Well,
I asked that same question of him today.
Yeah. Okay,
Explain.
here we go. Well, first of all, if you look at the waterside permits, there's 2 fishing charters. 17 and 18, we lost 2 fishing charters. The Scotty Sport Fishing is no longer here, our Fishing Fanatics. So they're just replacing those 2, so it's not anymore. And then the other one was Canby Marine. He works out of a skiff, engineering and marine maintenance. There is one in here that we're denying for clear kayaks, because there's an ordinance saying you can only have 114, and we're there. And then waterside permit for Mountain Sea Educational Adventure. They have a 32-foot flat top boat and a 112-foot yacht. The 112-foot yacht is normally down by Camp Fox, and they pick up students from Emerald to Avalon, and they take them out there, and they stay on their boat. They've been doing that for 3 years now. It's just when they've come in, they've paid wharfage fees, and instead of doing that, they wanted to apply. I don't see that being any more congested, because we've been doing it for so long. So it's
that's not a daily in and out and in and out.
No, it might be every 2 days or every 3 days. It just depends on summer and how busy it is. But they work with this. They'll call us and we'll say, yeah, you can come into the pier, and they'll load. Usually they load in the morning, so it's not really a congestion item. So that's why obviously we all can see that the harbor is congested. I'm not adding any more than what's already been there. So we're just we're waiting to see.
Thank you.
Any
Yes,
questions?
sir. I'm sorry.
Did anybody have any questions of the harbor master regarding these waterside permits? Okay.
Cindy, for clarification, which one did you pull?
4.
Thank you.
4, 11, and 12. Okay, is there a motion on the other items?
1, 2, 3, 5, 9? No,
10.
5, 10, yeah, 5 and 10.
I'll second.
Okay. No further comments, call for the vote.
My butt.
All ayes.
Item number 12?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, back to 4. Sorry.
I have 2 questions on number 4. I know, Pam, you wanted that one pulled as well.
Right.
First, question number 1, how much longer do we have to do this?
That was exactly my question is, does the cease and desist have any provision that allows us to petition to be relieved of the cease and desist order?
My understanding is that the cease and desist order might cease to exist for us, but there are certain requirements, particularly like this one, that you should always be carrying it on to
Right, but it makes
ensure-
clear in the staff report that for this particular contract that we're about to let for each year, everybody else does it every other year. There was also an amount that we had to approve expenditure of $25,000 to go to some fund that was a special condition that was put on us as a result of the cease and desist order. So I guess it would behoove us to, I think, start making noise that, hey, we've complied and.
Well, Councilmember Albers, there was one year that I skipped because I thought it was for every other year, so we did it in 2013, then again in 2015.
Right, no, I know, because I asked you to send me those reports.
And then in 2017, and I was called out on it, that this is an annual thing that you were required to do.
It's annual because of the cease and desist order. By law, by everybody else, their permits provide that they do it every other year. The only reason we're doing it every year is because of the cease and desist.
Correct.
Yeah.
I will check. We also, yes, we have improved with our grade with Hill the Bay, which is good for us.
Right, I'm not saying that it can be done overnight. I just am suggesting to staff that can we look into field staff out at Water Resources Board or whatever, have we been penalized enough, and will they, at some point, are they thinking that we can get out of this?
Us?
And to that end, I was just going to suggest that the contract say that if we are relieved of the obligations of the cease and desist order, that this would be in every other year, that we would not do it for every year.
All right.
Yeah, that makes sense
Sorry,
to me.
Cindy.
It's okay. So my second question would be, is this something, it seems like a boilerplate report that we're having to put in each year. Is this something that staff could do going forward, or does it have to be an independent set of eyes that come and do this audit for us?
Number one, it's a 158-page document every time we get it. There's a lot of time and resources that are spent on our end just providing that information, and for environmental doing their information in it. Cindy, I do not see staff being able to have the time to do this. Now, whether down the road, yes, we are, but it is a very involved document.
Okay, I didn't realize how involved it was, but it seems like if we're having to update and say that we're in compliance every year, is that something that we have to pay to do? If we're in compliance and we're checking the boxes and the rest of it is boilerplate, is that, I mean, it's a fair question. Is that something that we could do internally? And if not, that's okay. I just want to ask the question.
I don't think we can do it internally. I think that, we're already putting at least 4 staff members to getting the background information, and then for transparency, we've got this third party putting that audit together and putting their recommendations together and finding things that possibly that we can improve upon. But I'm also in agreement that at some point we've complied with the cease and desist order, and we need to get rid of it.
Right, yeah.
I would motion to approve based on the addition of the contract change. Should we be able to amend that to every other year?
Second.
Moving second. Comments? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Being that there's nobody here from, how many people in the audience are here on the Vaughn stuff?
Well, we still have a couple of other items that I pulled.
Oh, number 2. Oh, shoot. I'm wanting to move along. Thank you.
Well, no, and I will try to do that too.
Okay, damn.
Nice job there.
Okay, so the other item that I had pulled was the annual report on the development agreement, which you think I remember more about this, but I don't. And so there's a big discussion about the requirement for building affordable housing. And it struck me because all of the units that are termed affordable housing are because the city put in our housing money so that people could afford to buy it. In other words, the developer made no sacrifice with regard to what benefit, what profit they saw in those units. And so I'm just questioning and throwing out to staff. I'm not really sure how they get full credit for those items. If they made the same amount on those units as they did if they put it on, I'm not sure. That's the question I'm asking. Did they make the same amount, or was there some concession by the developer? Because that's what affordable housing is entailed.
My recollection, and it was 7 years ago, was that these units were offered at prices below the market to the developer, and that the city made its own decision to grant money.
In other words, the developer offered them at prices below market, right? Okay.
As I recall, it was 7 or 8 years ago, but,
right,
but
I know.
I remember that.
I would agree they probably were slightly below market, and then the down payment assistance program picked up the rest of the slack to bring them within the limits of the affordability for the income limits that they were directed towards. I don't know if it could be a policy that we could develop going forward, that if the city's housing money is somehow offsetting the cost of the housing, that it not be counted as that.
You're exactly along the lines of my thinking.
You could do with that, because it's the city's money to spend on low-income housing. You could just direct it that when you're spending the money, it's not going to be used for any house that is someone's.
Well, I don't know that we want to do that, but I think that we want to put some pressure on the developer that they're supposed to share in the pain.
Well, I think
in the pain. Well, not in the pain, but they're supposed to participate in making more affordable housing, because Weekends has given them concessions so that they can make a lot of money on their non-affordable housing.
The development agreement doesn't talk about the city's participation through our housing monies. So I think,
and I'm not quibbling with the way that you've done it here. I'm just saying for the future, I think you're right. We need to call it out.
I think going forward, any housing that is assisted through the city's housing money, the policy could be that that unit cannot be used to satisfy some other type of housing obligation. It can't be used to satisfy a housing mitigation or an inclusionary housing obligation that a developer already has, because there are two separate programs to provide. They should be two separate programs. Okay. So perhaps the best way to do it is, should we decide to participate in a housing project or reenact our down payment assistance program, it includes some language where our units are not used to satisfy some other obligation.
And I can't whip the person who drafted the original development agreement, so, okay. All right, well, based on that, I would move staff approval.
Oh,
sorry.
The fire
Sorry.
The fire truck thing gets me.
Oh.
See, this one gets me.
Before
over
the chief
the years,
gets up, the developer has made the required payments that we put in the development agreement for the units that are currently under construction. Whether or not that is still adequate is a different question, and
Right.
I think we're all on the same page. There probably isn't.
Right.
I referenced that they're going to be starting 2 more units here in the next couple of weeks or a few weeks, and they are on the hook for 2 more payments of $6,700, whatever it is, for those units. I think the frustrating part is that we have a development agreement. That's what we agreed to, and inflation has far exceeded the life of the development agreement.
Yeah.
This is all in good faith.
Who knew it was going to take?
This is all in good faith, but the reality is, I don't think you can buy a fire truck for $175,000 anymore, right, Chief?
Right.
So, I mean, I thought we kind of agreed that we were going to maybe try to talk to somebody. We're talking about good faith and stuff, about asking them, hey, why don't we just see if we get the money up front and paid for it and get it done with? And I don't know how the process would be if we turn it over to the fire department's budget or what. but this is ridiculous, how long it's been. I mean, a long time. And, 175,000 cheap, I don't know. What's a fire truck go for now?
Conservatively, a Type 1 fire engine is going to be $600,000 easily, and a ladder truck is going to ring in somewhere bumping up against $1 million.
So with this agreement, we can't do anything about the existing agreement we have with them, is that right?
Not unless they come and ask for something else in addition to it, right?
And that until such time that I'm not quite that means. Until such time that a homeowners association agrees to reimburse the city for the cost of maintaining the substation and associated emergency services equipment, HP shall reimburse the city its reasonable cost therefore. Does that mean anything? What does that mean? Is that money over and above the 10,000 or the 6,200 for each unit?
Where are you reading at?
Oh, down past the fire truck.
Down fire truck.
It says, until such time that a homeowners association agrees to, I don't know what this is in regards to, for the cost of maintaining the substation and associated, the HP shall reimburse its reasonable cost therefore, as determined annually by the fire department, and I don't know what that means.
We got to place it.
Oh, okay, I can speculate, but I think what it means is once we have fire up there, fire engine up there, and there's some services.
Oh, after the
Hamilton Pacific has to pay for those upkeep costs until such time as a homeowners organization takes that over.
After it gets there, okay. Okay.
Look at me.
That was just my two,
Okay.
Motion a second.
Is there,
that
there
was
is
just my 2 cents, and everybody, remind everybody what a good deal we got.
motion and a second, call for the vote.
All ayes.
Okay, item number
And this is such a minor thing. I'm sorry, Matt, I should have just called you. So I was just confused because it calls out 206 East Whitley as being land held for resale. There's a narrative that describes the work that we're doing to it, but in one of the tables, it describes it as being held for resale on page 4 of the housing report.
That's more of, I believe, an accounting term. It's not that we're actually holding it to resale, but that's generally
Just how it's, okay.
how
sorry.
the language would be.
Okay, sit down. Thank you.
No plans to sell, to my knowledge.
All right, thank you. I'll move staff then on that item.
Second.
No further comments, call for the vote.
All ayes.
Thank you.
I can ask you a question.
Thank you. Okay, 13 and 14 are about bonds, and 15 is the TOT. So, how many people are here for the TOT? How many people are here for bonds? So, what does that mean?
wins.
So TOT wins, we talk TOT first?
Yes.
Okay. All righty.
So the appropriate thing would be to take the TOT out of order.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. My mic wasn't working.
Okay, well, this item is on discussion. Councilmember did our budget adoption. This idea was thrown out to bring it back at a different time, so we could just discuss if we wanted to move forward at the next election in 2020 to possibly make some kind of change to our, how we collect or the distribution of the taxes to the chamber. So in the staff report, there was one idea that was presented at the budget time, maybe to reduce that amount. I just threw out another idea because we had talked about possibly increasing the TOT by 2% and what that would bring. So this is strictly for just to begin the discussion, and then I guess in the fall we'd be coming back with a finalization. Is that a good summary, sort of?
Well,
But I'm not sure
I was
what
going to
you wanted.
interject because my discussion of this, I think, happened in a different context than the mayor's, because I think mayor was looking at it in context of how do we build more affordable housing, what resources do we have to do that. I was in the context of we had just found out that there was a $2.5 million less in our reserves than I thought we had, and I was looking at the question of, because it has to be approved by the voters, is there some kind of formula that it would be prudent to put into the code that says if the economy tanks and the city's income is, revenues are reduced by 50% or whatever, would it make sense to have some sort of reduction in the amount of money that went to the chamber? I was looking at it simply as more of an emergency situation. But I think because we have so many people here from the businesses in the chamber that are impacted by the TOT, I sort of dismissed out of hand when we had our budget discussions approaching the citizens about increasing the TOT, but I'd really like to hear from the hoteliers, particularly what they feel would be the impact on tourism if we looked at that, because we might as well get all the data in, which is what I think we really need here.
Do you want comments from council at all? Or
Well,
do
if
you want to
would
go to
like
the public
you want to
first?
start, or do you want them to talk first?
The one thing that I would say is I think the conversation is good to have in terms of what could it look like for the city if we increase TOT, and it's been some time since that's happened. So I'm hoping that members of the community will come and talk about pros and cons of whether or not we would increase the TOT. And my request in that regard is not as an impact to the chamber, that I don't feel that number should change, but I'm very interested in looking at the comparables of what that could do for our general fund if we increased it by 2%, maybe 3%. So I'd love to hear from the audience and specifically on that as well.
Well, and I do think, though, in terms of that conversation, it was really good to go back and look at the history, because clearly the city sort of made a deal with the chamber. If you'll support increasing the TOT, will change the structure so that more money is going to the chamber. But in looking back now, I think that in some ways maybe we should have thought it through a little more, because the cost, the CPI, we would be about 220,000 less than where we are today if we had not done just a straight percentage versus started with a number and then said you could get a CPI after that. And so I think that's another issue to talk about.
I think it would be interesting just to note for the public that in 1956 is when it was put into the books to give money to the chamber. So it's just changed over the years, and then 2004 is when it went to the voters.
Well, you don't feel like saying anything? We kept you here long enough?
I thought we were starting council comment.
Oh, no, come on up, Joe. We'll have more comments probably after you talk.
So, good evening, Mayor and members of the council, and thank you for moving us up, because my voice is just about gone. I've had laryngitis for a couple weeks. Since we kind of have a divided conversation here, I prepared my comments maybe a little to favor one of those more than the other, but I'll make my way through them, and I think everything I say could refer to either of those, either an increase in the overall TOT or our allocation. So I know in your packets you received a history of the Chamber's funding, first through business licenses and then through TOT. And I think it's important for you to have in mind the fact that the Chamber was largely a leader in developing all of those future iterations of how the TOT was allocated, and actually championed some of those increases internally using the expertise of members of our board, long before I got here, of course. And that with each of those increases, the city has benefited with 78% of TOT going to the general fund. And to now consider taking away a portion of that funding, which is allocated money to us for the promotion of future visitors to the island, seems short-sighted, particularly considering that we use these funds to increase tourism, which contributes to nearly every other revenue source the city has, including harbor use fees, admissions fees, wharfage fees, and certainly more. So recently, while addressing civic and business leaders in Long Beach, Carola Pateta, who's the president and CEO of Visit California, encouraged business leaders there to take advantage of our recent economic prosperity by banking the funds they would need to ensure future growth, and in fact, encouraging that rainy day fund allocation of resources. The economic forecasts are really strong, but that doesn't mean that you step off the pedal in terms of promotion. So we've experienced growth that, yes, it's beyond the CPI, but that doesn't mean that we aren't benefiting from the money that's being spent through that growth in revenue. She went on to say, you're either growing or you're dying in a business, and tourism destination marketing is no different. And frankly, our competitive set has grown well beyond, on those annual increases, what we've grown. And we do have to compete with Huntington Beach, with Santa Barbara, with Monterey, whose budgets are into the multiple millions of dollars. So we would ask, going forward, as this overall consideration takes place, that we're really invited to the table. We'd like to be a partner in planning what goes forward, just like we've been a partner in the past. We'd like to look at the ways increased revenue are possible within the city. We know staff has made some investigation and come up with some ideas, but please bring to mind that we have pretty significant brain trust among our business members, and some of us have worked in tourism in a variety of places and have some ideas that might be able to contribute to that conversation. And that doesn't just relate to this situation. We would love to be at the table for a variety of other economic conversations. The trash situation, we've got a program that we've been in development on called Care for Catalina, and we've got Avalon Beautiful already in the community that we'd like to have be a partner in that. So we would say, let's develop a plan for how to spend additional funds raised and promote that plan. Look at what our competitive set of destinations are doing. Can we do similar to address the needs in our city? Let's have more frequent and deeper conversations about how the Catalina Island Chamber and Visitors Bureau can be a partner in addressing issues. Use us and our members, as I said earlier, as a brain trust of the business community. And along the way, some strict enforcement of the regulations that are already in place. We heard from Matt earlier that it wasn't as great a number on the escaped vacation rentals as perhaps the city at first thought, but even 48, was it 45, is worth going after, and so we applaud that effort to bring people into compliance. With that, those are the comments I've prepared, and I know there's many others behind me who want to speak too. So.
Great, thank you. And water's over there if you don't have any. You might want to get a drink of water for your throat.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Hi there, Thomas Salinas from CIVR. I just wanted to, in a bit, echo and then add to what Jim just said. This is definitely a conversation that needs to be had in terms of what the tourism industry can do to help the community in the best way possible. I would just say that I've had success in keeping communities happy and well-funded in Southern California, in Palm Springs, Cathedral City, La Quinta, Palm Desert, Indian Wells, and Indio. And the thing is, that's a place for sort of every time we sort of go into subcommittee talks with stakeholders of hospitality firms, can share what we sort of uniquely have in terms of business intelligence and what the market can tolerate in terms of cutting advertisement budget, which in my opinion is kind of one of the last places to land. But then we can also give best practices from all over the world in terms of what TOT increases can be tolerated. So I would just ask for the council to perhaps change the change the conversation to one where we're all just sitting down once a year, once a quarter, whatever period is decided, and maybe it's not the whole council. Maybe it's a subcommittee. Maybe it's planning. I don't know how we can do that. But I know that myself and many of the other hoteliers here would be happy to have that discussion and work out any problems that we might have with the current regulations that are already on the books and the current fines. And hopefully enforcing those just as strictly as they can be.
Right. Yeah.
If there's any questions, if not, I can.
So far, so good, Thomas. Thank you. Nice to see you at a council meeting.
Thank you.
Evening, Rock Gosselin, 318 Whitley. I just want to remind everybody seated here that these chairs, whether they're occupied by you or your predecessors, helped set up a vote of the population to increase the TOT and to help fund what the chamber does. And the last thing we need to do, especially if there's a downturn in the community, is pull back some money for the general fund. Let's look at what happened to San Diego several years ago. Everybody in the council, especially the mayor, got replaced because they dropped about 20% in their cash flow generated by TOT and other taxes.
That might be a feature rather than a bug.
No,
having only been here for less than a
but
year and thinking I've got 3 more. But
but it's just
like keeping my seat's not really something I worry about.
This is where we need to. It's not the first time this has been brought up.
Right.
That's why I'm being really strong in this regard. So, this is important, and there's other methods of balancing budgets and finding monies. I think we should look at the TOT rate. 12% is one of the lowest in southwestern United States. So we need to go out and look at what other people are doing. I travel quite a bit. Some of you travel with the work with the city. I have, I'm in several industry groups spread across North America, and everyone's kind of like 12%. Wow, you guys are doing pretty good. So we have to go to what can the visitor tolerate. But there's also a tipping point there. Right. You guys have got to get your financial house in order. The city has got to figure out where its budget is. There's a lot of money out there that hasn't been collected. So, just try and remember that if you're going to put your financial house together, don't take the siding off of mine. Mm-hmm. Because my income relies on what the chamber helps me leverage. Right. As far as keeping my hotel full. Right.
And I think that's one of the basic discussions in the sitting around the table or whatever we decide to do in the future is, I think to a lot of you all, for example, I would say, boy, do the hotels really want to increase it by 2%? Well, if you guys are going, no big deal, fine. But I don't know amongst yourselves if you're in agreement with that, because now
we're also at, it takes money to get here.
Well, I know.
Yeah. Because our transportation system isn't funded by Caltrans.
Right, exactly.
So it's not like bopping across, an island on the East Coast or in the Gulf Coast or something like that. So that's something that stresses people out a little bit. Sure. And we've got a 10% sales tax. So, we've got all of a sudden someone's coming over here and they're going to have a $200 hotel room and a $100 dinner. Well, there's already 22% tack on top of that.
Yeah.
So
Sure.
we still have to be careful, but we can't be going after what's already working. We can't be dismantling what works. In this situation here.
Thank you.
And as far as to help fund growth and things of that nature too, you guys are coming up against a brick wall on this TOT. There's only so far that my fellow hoteliers in this town can push this. I keep saying it, said it for 16 years. This town's losing hotel rooms right and left. How many more hotel rooms do you guys want to lose before I can no longer increase my hotel room rates to keep funding your needs for TOT?
I'm sorry, I don't get it. We're losing hotel rooms.
We're losing hotel rooms. There's 150 less hotel rooms operating in this town than there was in 2004 when I opened the Avalon Hotel.
And is the city doing something to create that situation?
Well, no housing.
Not helping. If I go find a piece of land to go build a 20-room hotel, you guys want me to build a six-unit apartment complex. The guys that are having vacation rental units don't have to do that. I'm not playing on an equal playing field here. But you guys got to look at what else is happening in this town that's not allowing developers to build hotel rooms.
Water.
No, that's not it. That is not it. That is not it. We have less water today. We had water when we had over 1,000 hotel rooms. Now we got less than 750 in play.
I'm talking about water allocations, Rob.
Yeah, I understand that. But now we're still looking at, there's been millions of dollars spent on trying to make more fresh water over the last couple of years, but we still don't have one more drop of fresh water.
That's true.
So it's going in the wrong direction. Chasing water with the money right now that's been being chased hasn't been working. I'm not here to solve that there's not hotel rooms in this town. I'm
sorry.
Running out of them.
Just one more time, I don't understand. I know we lost hotel room with the Island Company renting the Catalina Beach House, but on a monthly basis, but I don't know what else you're talking about.
Well, there's less hotel rooms in town supporting a TOT rate.
Where'd they go?
TOT?
I don't understand the concept.
Well, where the Conservancy is today.
There used to be the
Third. Right. No, at the corner of Third and Clarissa.
Right. Yeah.
That was 30 hotel rooms.
Right. And now we're
there's 18 less there.
And then the trailhead.
Where the trailhead is now, there's 18 less there.
At least I understand the concept. I didn't understand where you were.
Yeah, we're senior, albeit, half the time a hotel becomes unable for someone selling to the visitor, it goes into full-time housing and then gets condemned and torn down because it's run into the ground. Yeah, we lost Ida Courts. We lost the Glen R. We've lost, the Hermosa, it was a 110-room hotel room. Now it's a 60-room full-time residence.
Okay, yeah.
This is attrition over time that's not being replaced.
And why don't we have 100% occupancy every day? I don't understand the argument you're making.
The occupancies are higher. The percentage of occupancies in the hotel
there's some adjustment, but based on your
higher.
argument,
And
what you're saying, we should have 100% occupancy at least through the season.
I do.
No, but I look at the numbers and I know what the numbers are in occupancy, and it's not 100%. So.
And 16 years ago, I wanted to have a study done, and I even asked if I could bring in interns to go through the books in the finance office and go through this and actually show it and put it on paper and present to you guys, and I wasn't allowed. They wouldn't talk to me at city finance, and I go, well, you're losing hotel rooms, and this is going to be a problem at some point. Don't know when, it's going to be a problem. They go, well, we always have. I don't know why you understand that we think we're losing hotel rooms. We must have more hotel rooms all the time. I go, well, then let me look at the numbers. Let me prove it to you. They go, we don't really keep track of things that way. This is from the finance department 16 years ago. And I go, you're supposed to be collecting money from the hotels. What do you mean you don't know how many hotel rooms there are in town?
Right. Okay.
But they go, well, every year we collect more TOT. Well, every year it's because all of us are increasing our rates because we're full. And there's a demand.
Yeah. Well,
I charge more for my hotel rooms than I probably should, but I can. I can get away with it.
And you can. So this is then when we get to whatever we decide as the formula for moving forward.
Yeah.
You'll be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Perfect.
But don't take away the advertising budget because we need to keep the people coming here.
Right. I'm hearing that loud and clear. Thank you, Rock. Okay, we got them lined up.
Yolanda Montano, Hotel Metropole. I'm going to echo everything that Thomas and Rock has been presenting. I really think that it's important that we have more discussions with the hoteliers, because the advertising that is done with the chamber is all the hoteliers that are, all our membership, that we don't get free advertising because of it. There's more money that needs to be put in. We spend a lot of marketing dollars on top of the chamber marketing dollars to bring more groups and weddings and visitors to this island. I feel that we really need to look hard, because it's not a slam dunk anymore.
Yeah.
Selling these hotel rooms at all. And right now, I am like, come to my hotel, you know, because tomorrow I'm not gonna be able to sell that room. It's over.
Yeah.
So I am discounting and discounting and discounting. And it's because people don't want to pay. They pay the boat. They pay the parking went up. The boat, you just increased that. You know, everything's being increased. When people are opening new businesses, all the, you know, the monies they're putting into their businesses, their prices are higher.
Right.
I mean, the cost of the barge and getting the food here, everything is higher on Catalina Island.
Right.
So we're having a hard time bringing them here, and now, and we're discounting. The boat doesn't discount, Vaughn's doesn't discount, the restaurants don't discount, we are. So guess who's gonna lose? You.
Right. Okay.
Because we're gonna have less guests.
Okay, well, I do want to ask a question, though, because if you're talking about, okay, we're down in the slump. Why isn't there a campaign in the off-season so that's not you're just advertising or you're discounting going, okay, well, no, we'll give it to you for $89. Why isn't the chamber doing something on a larger scale for a 25% rollback Monday through Thursdays or something like that to get people here?
Our doors are always open every month on at the end, the third Thursday of every month. Anybody's welcome to come and sit and listen to what we talk about.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think that's been a conversation about.
Yeah, we brainstorm every month, I mean, there's constant going back and forth with all the hoteliers, the businesses, and working together as a group for this town.
Okay, well, good.
If we don't have the money, even if you're not in the hospitality business, you're not going to be able to pay your Edison bill. You're not going to be able to pay, Edison's not even going to be able to get money. I mean, it all is a circle.
Yes.
And it starts with our, you know, bringing the visitors to the island.
Okay. All right. You have more people?
Oh, sorry. I just want, before Yoli walks away, I just want to do a point of clarification. That due credit to the Catalina Express that they do provide for the Best of Winter program, which is a discounted rate.
Yes.
And the hoteliers participate in that program equally with the Catalina Express, but that is specifically to bring guests here through March 31st on the off season to try to make it a more affordable
Sunday
experience
through Thursday.
for different reasons other than
However,
sunny
we do
beaches
pay
and
extra to participate. We pay extra with the marketing dollars to participate in that program. It's not a free program to us. And thank the Catalina Express that they came up with that, because that actually saves us Sunday through Thursday. What I'm saying is on a daily, they can't say, because of the regulations that they have to comply with, they can't say like us, oh yeah, we'll discount your room $20 more, because they have to comply to the PUC.
Right.
I'm not like saying they're not discounting because they don't want to. It's different, you know. So,
yes.
One of the other things is we are living in the most expensive media market there is. And that's why you don't see an ad out there every day in the wintertime. There's no return on the investment. We tried in the 80s and 90s to drive winter business, and there's not a return.
But I mean, if the chamber's getting that many hits and is that busy and doing the majority of between the chamber, the island company, and the express doing all the advertising, if that was the mantra, because they're advertising daily, I mean, it doesn't take a special ad. I mean, if people are using their phones as much as they seem to, or their computers, I don't know why. But hold on, let's have Kathleen come up. So, you know, and I think the comments are good, but I think that now we're talking nuts and bolts, and maybe that's what we don't need to be discussing now is
I'll just assure you that the majority of our marketing dollars are spent during the down periods. We spent only 8% of our paid media during the summer last year, and that was just enough to keep us alive in digital environments.
Right.
If
No,
we
and I
went
commend you
silent,
because
we
you
would-
did you had a consultant do a study to tell you, does it make sense? How much should we be spending in the summer? And I think you got feedback that essentially we have people here. We have more people than we probably
Right.
want to have here in the
But
summer.
if you go completely silent, you
Oh, right.
lose
I get
position.
that. Right.
So we
Absolutely.
took it down as far as we felt we could
Right.
to hold position.
Right. No, I got it.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to speak for the council. I think the city council really would like your hotelier group, which I'm assuming includes Thomas and that, to really try to figure out, is there a number, because Rock said there's a lot of things that need to be considered that we're not qualified to consider in terms of what the impact to our visitorship would be. You know, what is that breaking point? And then Matt can crunch the numbers and tell us what we would generate.
And in my comments, that's what I was inviting.
Kathleen Hill Carlisle, I'm from the Old Turner Inn, you guys all know. So the chamber, I totally agree with what Jim is saying, what Thomas is saying, what Yoli's saying. This is all great, we need to talk. The chamber is vital to us. So I think pretty much every other hotel in town is larger than we are. We have 5 rooms. I need to sell every night full for a week to make what one of those hotels could make in one night. We do not have a separate advertising budget. We don't even have the funds to pay for the extra little things that the chamber does. We are solely reliant on our membership and what that little membership does for us in terms of exposure through their website and their referrals. And it is vital to our business. These larger businesses that have more hotel rooms, they can, make more income than they can afford to do their own advertising, they can afford to jump onto the chamber's special things, but we can't. So something like raising the TOT for us, I take reservations, I am on the phone, I am the one 365 days a year answering the phone. And when I'm talking to somebody and trying to get them, come to Catalina, it's, this is an affordable room and we're serving breakfast and all this stuff and it's $200 a night. And then they're like, okay, and they're like, you can feel them stretching like, oh, I could get this other room over here for maybe this, but it's not going to be as nice and it has maybe some not good reviews. So it's like $200 a night and then you give them the total and it's 2 nights, $448. So then they're thinking like, oh my God, I'm almost at, it feels like 500 now. And I thought I was at 400. So 12% is already a lot, and Rock said it's low, but I look at rates when I go around, and while they might be low, they add resort fees. Most hotels that I know of in town, we don't add resort fees, so maybe they're making up for their low rate in other ways, but I really am against raising our TOT. I think you can come up with something within the city and maybe working with all of us to have more innovative ways to make money. The boat parking has gone up again.
Yeah.
So that's a big deal too. You used to tell people, oh, you're going to spend like $24 to park for the weekend. Now it's like
20 a night.
60 or something.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Great.
Oh, and when you guys were talking about the Film Fest earlier, and somebody said nobody has bookings yet, one thing to keep in mind with that is they don't approve or tell the people who won to be in the Film Fest until much later in the year, because we always fill up for the Film Fest, but it's these people frantically calling at the last minute trying to get a room, because they do block some at some of the larger hotels, but they don't block enough, and they're calling, they go, I've got to come, my film got picked, and they don't find out until like June that their film gets picked. So that could be one of the
thank you for that comment on that film festival as well.
Mayor, a side comment for staff and maybe another discussion, just because Kathleen brought it up, resort fees. We might want to look into resort fees as being incurable for admissions tax, because a resort fee is technically for amenities or other services that are provided that I don't know if we can, but I think it's worth a conversation.
I think
to
they're
look
already
into.
covered in the computation of our tax. It's anything of value you get. It's broadly defined in the municipal code that anything a hotelier charges for any kind of convenience service is included in the tax that they pay.
So it's to jump on what Scott said, it's my understanding that if we do have a resort fee, that should be as part of the gross receipts that are subject to the 12% TOT.
Okay.
And now for something completely different. I wouldn't mind seeing the TOT be raised, but I would like to see it go into the general fund, if it were. Because I don't see how the chamber markets with slick brochures or videos or social media when what I'm looking at, when I'm looking at our beautiful Crescent Bay coastal, pedestrian path going from the casino all the way to Pebbly Beach, I see caution tape and I see cones and South Beach is, fluorescent fencing and the rust that's on the Welcome to Avalon signs and the chipping away of the little Via Casino. And I mean, you literally can't look 50 yards down the street without seeing caution tape and cones. So I'm just wondering, maybe the chamber would have interest in improving the infrastructure and actually finishing some of these projects. And before they, just go off on the individual little, well, that's very complicated, obviously, but not all cities support their chambers. So just a thought.
Okay, thank you. I know that Jen is frustrated that we don't have enough money and enough staff to do all the projects we have out there that needs to get done, and we're putting all the pressure on him to get everything done by Memorial Day. Poor guy. I know. Hey.
Hi there. Leslie Bear, Dinkle, Bahia Vista, A05. My husband and I have a couple of vacation rentals here, and I think one thing that would be important is just to make sure that we have the data about TOT, because I just did a quick scan and 12% is kind of already in there. It looks more like 14% would be kind of a high average. So I also am on the phone with people who are constantly talking about how expensive it is to come here. So I think that, as others have said, there are a lot of barriers already to getting here. And so what we've done is we've taken our prices down a bit to compensate for that. But I think we really have to be careful about what the market can bear and do the research.
Right.
Okay. And I'm sure that you all will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, nice to see your husband too.
Hello again, Greg Miller, 11 Cabrillo. I fully support the Chamber. They're the only organization that's advertising for our island. Individually, the boats do a lot, the island company does a lot, I do a little, and many others do advertising. But we really need that. And when I was part of the Chamber many, many years, either on the board or involved, and we actually brought the idea of increasing the transit occupancy tax to the city. They didn't ask us for a higher tax, and we thought by getting a piece of that sort of guaranteed, and this went to a vote, and the populace of Avalon approved that we would have sort of a good solid amount of income to advertise with. I've been here in business working for 43 years, my family for 60 years. We're not really achieving growth on this island. Summers are not the slam dunk that they used to be. August, kids go back to school earlier. The last 2 weeks of August are way different than they used to be. For 20 years, August was always the best month. Now July is the best month for me and others I've spoken to. I can't speak for everybody. So I think as far as trying to affect the 23%, I don't think that would be a good idea at all for the future of Avalon or the current of Avalon. Now, as far as the transient occupancy tax going up and that being, I mean, I would be personally open to attending meetings or having discussions and trying to get the data and the research that other people brought up to see, you know, where that really is. Anytime we push the expense of coming over here more, whether it's with an admissions tax that's higher, a TOT that's higher, our sales tax, whatever it is, it has some effect. And as long as we can figure out how to deliver what people want, then they're going to be happy. And then, you know, if the value is there, then the price isn't as important. But if the people are sensing the value's not there when the price is creeping up, that's where you can get in really a lot of trouble as a resort community.
Right.
So I don't have the answers, and no one person does, but working together, the chamber, I don't approve and love everything they do by any means. I question some of their decisions, but overall, I feel they are doing the job that we need them to do, and they need the support of the city.
Okay, great.
And our,
well, and you know, the perceived value, and kind of thinking about what Janny's saying a little bit, the perceived value isn't just the hotel room. The perceived value is everything they get in Avalon. So if we can't take care of the infrastructure, it looks like hell, they're going to go, got a great hotel room, but boy, I'm tripping and falling and that kind of thing.
We're working hard on the mole, and when people get off the boat and the first thing they see is, is what they see there, we're not doing ourselves a favor. So I know these are expensive projects. Where does the money come from? How do we get it? The grants, the gifts, the budgets. So they're not something that gets solved in 1 minute, but definitely we need to keep improving our town, because just like a town, it's just like a business.
Yeah.
If you're not improving, you don't stay the same.
No,
you go
exactly.
backwards. And so we have to keep improving our town, improving our businesses, and that is what will make our customers happy, and will spread the word out there.
Yeah.
And then on a totally aside issue, and I don't know what we could do about this, I'm just going to throw this out.
Okay.
But the amount of businesses that are closing and have such limited hours in the winter.
Right.
When the crash came, we took a 12-year step backward in our business, winter business. And we've slowly getting back towards it, and it's 10 years since the crash, so we're still a couple years behind where we were. But I see too many businesses, and I know I can't be in someone else's pocket. They're running their business, I'm not running their business. And I can't even get all of the businesses in the marketplace to be open as much as I would like to see them. So I understand the problem, but maybe as a community we could figure something out there so that when we invite people over for Christmas, everything isn't closed.
Right. No, I know that is. Yeah.
Good point.
Okay, Cliff or Paula, who's coming next?
I know it's a really symbiotic sort of environment here that everybody depends on everything, but I keep looking at the burden the city has to bear with, as we're saying, the capital improvement projects, so many things that are really having us a really hard time funding. And one of my questions is, are most Chamber of Commerce's funded by the city? It's not my experience, and I do think it all goes together. I'm completely supportive of that. But I also think it's somewhat of a luxury that our city basically funds the Chamber of Commerce, who does a lot for the businesses here and increasing visitors count, and has improved things greatly. But I also see what the city's trying to shoulder, and I have great concern about that. I mean, nobody wants to see the chamber disappear, but also, is it the city's responsibility to take care of all of these things? And I just am not aware. Maybe there are a lot of Chamber of Commerces that are funded by the city.
Well, all of these that are
know.
mentioned here are, for sure. But go ahead. Jim can answer that.
Just want to know.
So, at least within California, most communities have separate organizations. They have a destination marketing organization, usually called the Convention and Visitors Bureau, and they have a Chamber of Commerce. So, in a overly simplistic response to Paula's comment, most chambers of commerce are not funded through public funds. Many DMOs have a shared model where they get a percentage of the transient occupancy tax, and then there may be either an assessment district or another per night stay, a per person per night stay fee that goes into a fund that's administered to go toward marketing. We've looked at both of those models. I have documents on the bookshelf in my office before I got here, and at the time, there wasn't a mentality to look at it, that there was no support for going forward with those other funding mechanisms. A broken record tonight, but this is something for that larger conversation to now look at.
Great. Yeah, no, that's good. That's great. Thank you. Cliff Haig. We need a larger, taller mic for this podium.
I can raise it up there. Cliff Haig, 249 East Whitley, longtime resident, past business owner of a number of businesses in town, but now I focus mainly on working with nonprofits. I was one of the founders of the Catalina Island Foundation on the museum board, was on the Conservancy board for many years, but was involved in many businesses on the mainland as well. And so I was in Rotary. I've been in Rotary, I think, about 20 years or so. And Jim had mentioned that the discussion had come up regarding reducing the chamber's budget by moving some money away. And we got into a conversation, and he said, would I mind sharing some of the thoughts that came out of that conversation? So here I am. The first one is, the product here on the island, let's see, we really are a resort community, the economic driver of everything. The ability of people to live here, to enjoy what we have here on the island, is all driven by tourism. If we were to be a population 4,500 town out in the Midwest, we'd have a market, maybe a general store, a post office, a diner, and a gas station. And so it's a very different experience. And the product that we offer to help drive that engine is tourism. And as a tourist destination, that's got to be one of the things that the city is concerned about, is making sure that it appeals as a tourist destination across the board. That includes sales and marketing, but also ensuring that the experience here is a good one, that the infrastructure is sound, that when somebody comes here, they see it, it's a beautiful place, they want to come back, and so on and so forth. Well, as I view what goes on right now, the Chamber of Commerce and Visitors Bureau is actually the sales and marketing arm of the city. And so it should be an organization that plays a role in any kind of strategic decision making that the city's involved in. And Jim mentioned the word brain trust. The Chamber does have probably the greatest quantity of business thinking within the city, and as such, it would be a great resource for the city to use on an ongoing basis. So one of the points I wanted to make was, to the extent that the collaboration between the Chamber and the city can be greater and greater over time, where individuals that represent the Chamber and basically the sales and marketing arm of the city can participate in strategic planning, providing different input, the business perspective, and so on. That would improve the effectiveness and efficiency of the decision making that the city makes. But the second is that sales and marketing in businesses and in nonprofits. Am I out of time?
Yeah, you're out of time.
Oh, all right. Quickly then, sales and marketing is the last thing you cut. Pam mentioned that, a global financial crisis, if that happens again, what can happen, we should take money away. The businesses that succeed over the fluctuations in the economy are the ones that continue to invest in their sales and marketing. It's the last thing you cut. I'm on the board of directors for San Diego Zoo, and during the global financial crisis, when we were cutting right and left because the visitorship was down and attendance was down, The one thing that didn't get cut was sales and marketing.
Right.
And what happens, and I've seen this happen in many different businesses, is the leadership is inexperienced for that particular business. They see revenues dropping, so they do across-the-board cut. They wind up cutting sales and marketing. As you cut sales and marketing, then you lose more customers, and then you cut it again, and it becomes chasing it down to the bottom.
Yeah.
And so I just wanted to get that sort of philosophy that successful businesses that endure over time, which the city has, are ones that invest in sales and marketing and keep it there when we go down.
We got it.
All right.
Thank you, Cliff. Okay. Is it new data? Because we're going to be sitting down at a table soon. I think we got the hint, but I don't know.
I got the point about the Chamber of Commerce and their and what they do for all of us. I think one thing we look past all the time is we keep saying we need more money, meaning the city always needs more money. And you keep putting it on the burden of the people trying to rent the rooms in this town. The only reason we exist is because there's tourism. As we keep increasing the price, there's less people that can afford to do it. When you're really not doing a ton of business to begin with to keep you all, flush, raising the price like the tote is not always the answer. I mean, you're gonna, right now, someone stays in a room at Hamilton Cove for a week in the summer. They're paying $476 in tax for that week. Jesus, that's a lot of money. This is not, there's no Disneyland here, there's no convention center, it's Avalon. There's our small little bit of paradise that we have. These other cities that have high tote taxes have a lot of things to offer, a lot more things to offer than we do here. And we have a set season. Once that water gets cold, no one wants to come out. We'd all love to see everyone come out in the winter. We cut prices, we give away free nights if you stay so many nights, that sort of thing. But I don't think the answer is to keep raising the tax on the people that are coming to visit you. I just don't think it's going to bring you more visitors or make you more money in the long run. You'd be better off letting more people come out and pay the tote that you have now and let the Chamber continue to advertise for us.
Okay. Great, thank you. Is that it for today? All righty. So, for a direction for fun, I mean, would Jim like to set up a little, like your small little group of who you think should, your little brain trust you're talking about, get a little brain trust here and figure out where the brain trust is here, and anybody else that we feel would be good on the brain trust side of things, like Matt or maybe Cindy or whomever, and then kind of get those conversations rolling. Is that good enough? Okay, not 20 or 30 people, just something we can get around a decent sized table. Yeah, okay, cool. Thank you, and we appreciate all your comments, both directions, all directions. Okay, now we're going to take a little break. Sorry, kids, are you okay taking a break? Okay. Oh, so we lost Val. Thanks, Val. I know.
We all want to go to sleep.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 13, and I've been advised by council that I need to recuse myself from bond deliveries discussion. Is that correct, sir?
That is correct.
Okay, so.
I think
And
I'm
Councilmember
also-
Cassidy is also going to recuse herself from that item.
I'm going to recuse myself from item number 13 and item number 14.
And the same would go for the mayor on number
14 as
and
well.
14, because
And
of the
14.
proximity to the location.
Okay.
And
Number
the
14
economic
of
interest.
financial-
They both concern conditions of approval and the enforcement of conditions of approval. Item
Okay.
number 13 is dealing with condition of approval number 16, and then specifically number 16. And item number 14 is dealing with all the conditions of approval.
I mean 13.
13 and 14.
13
Okay, and
is
so.
dealing with 13 is dealing with condition number 16,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and 14 is dealing with all the other conditions.
Okay, so I'm going to pass the gavel over to Councilmember Olson.
And you're still here because
You're still here.
because
You drew the lucky
because you
card.
drew the card, and that still applies.
Okay, Madam City Manager.
I'm just going to let Mr. Greenlaw take it over from here.
Okay, item number 13. So this item, current item, continues the discussion on the intersection of Beacon Street and Catalina relative to the Vaughn's delivery. So this is the fourth in kind of a mini-series of talking about all the traffic and deliveries and parking around Vaughn's. So for the benefit of the public, some background is provided. All deliveries to Vaughn's will be directed to the newly constructed loading dock at the intersection of Catalina and Beacon. The loading dock configuration requires that delivery trucks back into the dock area. City staff met on site with staff from Avalon Freight Services, and I have Abel Valdez from Avalon Freight Services here to answer any questions if necessary. And what we did is we met and we took the typical equipment that would make deliveries multiple times a week. Avalon Freight Service is not the only company that will be making deliveries, but the equipment they'll be using is the largest and therefore considered the most critical to study for turning movements into the dock area. The goal of the review was to provide data so that a regular delivery route could be selected that would be the safest and least impactful to the users of the roadway and pedestrian areas. So I have some video that we took and a couple different samples here.
And just for the background on item number, condition number 16, which is why they had the two had to recuse themselves. This provides on traffic congestion to prevent increase in traffic in relation to existing traffic load. The applicant shall submit a construction staging plan, hauling routes, a parking and loading management plan, and a truck delivery plan. And so as part of this item, we looked at what was submitted with the original application in terms of the traffic studies and stuff, and we're using that information to see if this alternative plan provides less economic impact, less environmental impact, which we determined it has, but it is part of the traffic congestion plan that was discussed.
Thank you, Scott. So this was where we left off the last time, where I showed you that this was the plan they submitted, where we went up Beacon, and then we'd make that sweeping turning movement backing up into the loading dock, which is where you see that big circle there, and in that corner of the big rectangle, that's where we're backing into the loading dock. The other alternative is to make a left turn onto Catalina as I'm heading Beacon to Sumner, and then stop the truck and then make a slight turning movement to back in. And you'll see those movements on the video right now. Video.
Oh, missed it. Keystone Comedy.
Okay, so that was the and we sped that up. Okay, that was 3 minutes and 48 seconds, and it happened in about 18 seconds there. So that was what you saw initially on the plan, what they proposed.
And was that Randy Seal? Who was
yeah, that was
behind the
Randy.
wheel? Okay.
Is that tomato?
Okay. And now the other alternative. Okay. So that was, it seemed like a little easier, and we had no input into how they did this. This was just the drivers backing into here. So that was 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Okay, so you can see there's a substantial amount of time. I believe that Vaughn says they're going to make like 14 deliveries a week, somewhere in there. And you do that times the number of years and the impacts on that, those minutes make a big difference. Okay, so one of the things that I want to bring out, though, is that the Beacon Street into the dock movement stays within the city's designated truck route and requires no parking modifications, as you saw, because there is no parking on Beacon Street. The Catalina into the dock route deviates from the city's designated truck route, and as the truck advances forward on Catalina before it stops and then reverses into the dock, the Catalina Street is not part of that truck route. There is anecdotal information from staff that potentially the truck routes were selected in part because the structural capacity of the roadway relative to the roadway structural section and the depth of the underground infrastructure, such as the piping, so the water piping, sewer piping. This was investigated to determine if the trucks could use a portion of this on a continuing basis. This investigation reviewed the 75-foot length that you saw them pull up there that would be utilized for this turning movement by taking sample cores of the asphalt. So we actually cored the asphalt, and then what we found out, we had 6 inches of asphalt there. On the other sections of the truck route, there's 5 inches. So it's essentially the same structural section for the asphalt there in that immediate vicinity of the intersection. But the parking modifications were required for the Catalina to the dock alternative, because you see that we would, at 300 Catalina there, and I think I noted on the agenda item here was the northwestern corner. It's really the southwestern corner of the intersection, that we'd have to extend the red zone for another 40 feet. So that's another potentially 4 parking spots. But remember that toward the other end of Catalina, we're actually going to add some parking spots in that area of the red zone, you know, where the island company used to would turn in there and doesn't need that larger.
Bob, instead of doing red, couldn't we do it timed, since Vaughn's is not going to be able to deliver at night?
Yeah, we could do any of that. That would work. That would be great to do something like that. So, I mean, that's what's really in front of you right now. This is the same as the rest of it. Try it for 60 days, mark it up, try it, see that it's successful, get input from the public.
So I do have a question, because I know that there was a discussion about flag people.
Yeah.
And where are we on that? Because that's my concern, is that driver, there's no way they can see everything that's going on. And I think there was a requirement, wasn't there a discussion that they were going to provide flag people? And the other thing I hope they consider is some sort of baffle for that, the stone there.
Okay, and so what it says is, number 16, a flagman or other measures may be required during construction and after construction, especially for store deliveries.
Okay.
Okay, and so what I was trying to is get the most minimum approach to start, and we keep on adding things just like we do with
Right,
any
but I
other
think
thing.
regardless, I just wanted to confirm that there will be a flag person, you know, whether it's somebody from Vaughn's or somebody from, I don't know who, but that there's going to be a person who's going to make sure that that truck's not backing over some 2-year-old. I mean, it just stands to reason.
The conditional approval says may be required, and I think that was something that we were going to determine once the delivery route was established.
I mean, that's why we're having this discussion, is what do we need to get started with? What is that minimum level now that we're going to be actually doing this? Okay, and then so that where you see that stone column, there is actually a planter that's going to be in front of that column that
I'm just
extends
looking at
out,
that
and it actually makes so there's a grade difference there between the driveway on that angle and then that the ADA ramp that's going to go around the corner of the sidewalk. So that's what that planter does.
Okay, because it's pretty tight.
So what about the glass
enclosure was supposed to go in the top of that area up there, in that bay area where the truck goes.
So in the window,
The windows
openings-
were up there. That was in the original plans. That was all supposed to be done. And that's still
And I think-
open. It's still open at this time?
Yeah, I think that we got a whole set of the conditions coming up on the next item here, so.
And I think part of the reason had those vent areas up there at the top open was for the ventilation while the trucks were inside the bay. But they have added all kinds of sound attenuation things inside the bay. And the
But,
door can close.
but it was
Talking to
supposed
the
to be,
microphone.
it was supposed to be window though, right? It was supposed to be closed in glass or whatever it was.
I would have to double check.
Will you double check that for me? Because
I
I'm
can.
pretty sure that was part of.
Okay,
I
so
don't know if
Bob,
it's part
exactly
of-
what is it that you're looking for from us?
So this is, versus what you saw they submitted on the plan, this is just one of those conversations we're having
Right.
with the community here and trying to get, what is that initial, what you want to get started with, what's the community want to get started with. I will put that, implement that. If I want to paint, if we direct me to paint that red curb and the selection is the Catalina alternative, then I can paint that red curb and we try for 60 days and then I can come back and report the results and the comments from the public with the rest of the things that we're doing.
Okay.
If you want it the other way, then, I don't have to do anything. I just say, hey,
Right,
Avalon Freight Service, and I got Abel here that can weigh in.
Okay, my sense is that the Catalina makes sense, but that we need to figure out some way to signage so that people can park there at night, overnight.
Okay.
They'll just have to move their vehicles before 8 o'clock. Right. Well, yeah. Yeah, the hours of delivery are 8 to 7, right? So there's no parking 8 to 7, right?
Okay, can do that.
I mean, that's mine. I'm just throwing that out.
Work, I mean, Richard?
Does it work for you? Okay.
You're done, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I just want to make sure that we have the competent people doing the flag.
Yeah.
Because I was out there the other day, and there was somebody that worked in Bonds was out there, one of the trucks was backing in, and she's looking over here, and she's talking over here, and smoking over there, and here goes the trucks.
And I think
Okay?
if-
I just want to make sure, because I sat there and I go, are you kidding me?
I want to give a little kudos to Cat Bev too, because if you notice, there was still a lot of construction stuff piled
Yeah.
around the opening to the loading bay, and so they did a good job of avoiding that. And the other thing that Bob and I discussed when we were down there, the other benefit of the Catalina intersection is you already have 4 stop signs. So your traffic coming up Catalina and your traffic coming across Beacon from the east
Sorry,
is
9 to
already
7.
stopped by the stop signs. So you already have a certain measure of traffic control in that intersection.
And I just want to correct, because I said 8 to 7, it's 9 to 7. That's my mistake.
I just want to make sure I'm sorry.
Go
Richard.
ahead. We are taking.
Yes, please.
Kathleen Hill Carlisle again, 311 East Whitley. So obviously, much safer, much easier for the drivers is to go up Catalina Avenue. I just have to say that I'm really disappointed that this didn't get addressed in the beginning. And it wasn't designed like that in the first place. I know we can't do anything about it now. We have to deal with what we did. But my dad stood here and said, this is going to be a problem, this is going to be a problem, this is going to be a problem. And here we are.
Right.
Everything that he said is a problem. So the drivers say Catalina is easier. That's going to be their safer route. I am concerned that 4th of July, when we had the sewer line or the saltwater line break underneath the Catalina Beacon intersection, I was in the old Turner Inn. This giant vehicle that was going down the street to put something up, a big crane, rolled down, and the tires were like this tall, and it rolled through the intersection, and like 2 minutes later, all that water came, and it broke. The weight of that truck broke what was ever underneath. So even if they've done these tests saying the asphalt is this, I don't know why it gave way, but that's the instant that thing broke, right after that truck rolled down the street. So I would be wary of just looking at the asphalt. Maybe there's some way we need to look underneath. Maybe it got fixed when they put it back together after that 4th of July. So that would be one thing to consider. The idea Pam had of not making it so you can't park in that little area of 40 feet overnight would be great. The other thing I'd ask you to consider is that we have the Tuesday, Thursday parking. We have to move because of street sweeping. It already makes it so people working downtown today, it was almost impossible to find a place to park. I drove over to Clarissa because, and there was still nothing. Anyway, maybe you have to get rid of the Tuesday, Thursday thing. If we're also going to take out another 40 feet and make it red, maybe you have to have somebody come in there and sweep the streets by hand and let people park on both sides. So I like Bob's idea of having kind of a test run, but I think this test run's with 40 feet gone of parking, that's a lot of vehicles for our little area down there. And in the summertime, so many more people from vacation rentals are coming from all parts of town, and guess where they park? Right there. So let's see, is that everything that I wanted to talk about that? Yeah, get rid of the Tuesday, Thursday parking, and that was it. And we'll talk about cart containment in the next thing. Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next item, I think, is we're going to go through the list of conditions and let you know, we provided you a list to let you know where we were on, if you want, do you want to go through each one, or you want to ask about particular ones? How would you like to do this?
Hernandez? Well, the one I just talked about, but you're going to look into
We're going to check into the louvers or the open windows in the loading bay.
Particular one, Ms. Albers?
Well, we have the two that are, discussed in detail. I don't know that there were any others that were. I did just want to sort of make a preliminary statement because I did have a lot of people, we were reliving this horrible ordeal of the Planning Commission and then the appeal. But I think that's what some people don't understand, because they said, well, the Planning Commission said this, that the way our code works is once the Planning Commission decision is appealed, the City Council looks at everything as a clean slate. So just because the Planning Commission approves something doesn't mean that it stays in place. But I do think it is a reminder that the way that these conditions are phrased, and there's a lot of mays in here, well, that's not a condition to me. That's sort of like, well, if they feel like it, maybe they will, and maybe they won't. That probably the city needs to do better in looking forward, and also listening to people like Bill Hill, who've lived here forever, who kept saying this traffic study is worth not even the paper that it's written on. He was right. He was right. So.
And I would just add that on the condition number, the one on the cart containment, when we get to it, there were actually 3 meetings, and in some of the emails discussed, the last meeting was left off. There was the Planning Commission meeting, which they said it's going to be containment. Then there was the City Council meeting where there was a discussion, and that condition was changed because originally when it went to the Planning Commission, it allowed for a delivery system. Planning Commission said, no, we want containment. So we modified that condition, brought it to the council. Council discussed containment. They wanted containment. We put in a provision that it could be changed if a retrieval system was appropriate. And then when that was brought back to the meeting on September 4th, I think it was, or 1st, when the actual conditions were approved, there was about a 3 to 4 minute discussion on the containment system. And at that time, Vaughn's agreed again that they would do the containment, but that if Vaughn's wanted to submit a plan for a retrieval system, that they could submit it, and there was discussion back and forth, and what the council said is, we'd like to be able to review that retrieval system. And so that's what the intent of this condition was. When I was asked about it last month, it was 3.5 years ago. I didn't have everything in front of me, didn't have a perfect memory of it, but when we looked at the tapes, it does confirm that what I thought that the council would have. Yeah, I mean, the word would, like, the council will make that determination.
And I went back and watched both those videos too, and I think it's important to note that in all the conversations about that condition, everyone was well, I wasn't there because I was at home waiting to find out why I was sitting at home. But everyone in the video seems to be under the impression that the containment was already in the code. And so I think the conditions were written and carried forward with the idea that the code already required it, but that we might allow Vaughn's to offer an alternative and that it might require an edit to the code. So to the extent that they imposed containment, and then they offered an option, I think there was an assumption that the containment was already a given.
I think the assumption was that Vaughn's had agreed to the containment in a prior long time ago with Scott Nelson, and that would continue to be the case, and we might have to amend the municipal code if we need to bring it to this location. But because Vaughn's had agreed to it and did so apparently without amending the code or amending the conditions of approval for the original Vaughn's, they just said, we're going to do this. They agreed in all the videos that we watched that they're going to maintain that containment system unless this retrieval plan is acceptable to the city.
To the council.
To the council.
To the council. And I
But
haven't seen that.
I'm sorry, respectfully, I'm going to have to disagree. The conditions do not say it's coming back to the council. And back to the idea where we were talking about amending the municipal code, my interpretation of watching the video is that we were talking about bringing the code back to the council. That if the council needed to be amended to add Sumner or Catalina, that the code would be coming back to the council. There's a specific condition in the conditions of approval that says the planning department, and I'm not trying to claim something just for me, the planning department signs off on the conditions of approval. So, and it's not listed in anywhere where the council would be approving a retrieval plan. But I think we're kind of in a spot where there were a lot of discussions back and forth, and what do we do going forward? Because the conditions that were handed to me when I finally got my job back was that the containment was not mentioned. And so I let Vaughn's submit a retrieval plan, which they go out twice a day, pick up the carts. There's a phone number on them where you can call them and they'll come get the carts. And that's what the conditions that were handed me, that's what I have been enforcing. So if now we want to try to do something else.
And then again,
after all that history, we're trying to make the best decisions for the community.
And all I'm going to say is at the September meeting, when condition number 11 was read into the record, the council was asked who makes this determination, and the answer was the council. So let's
make a decision.
Right. Let's make a decision
So what
to
it-
retrieve the carts back. Right? I mean,
All right, so your recommendation is, Amanda? Or is that where we are? Are we on-
I think the problem is Brian Bratton's gone. So whatever he promised, he didn't pass on to anybody else at Vaughn's.
Well, if Vaughn's was
wasn't
really
here when
concerned,
it
they
was
would have
enforced.
somebody here. So I want to know what you think would be best for the community.
I'm not in favor of the containment. Because if you think back when it was in front of Vaughn's on Metropole, the containment was just in front of the Atwater Hotel. So if you parked down by the golf carts, or you were in a full-size vehicle and you had to park up Metropole, you could not push the golf cart to your vehicle.
You could have just got the tire flat on the bottom.
Right, because it locked up. Containment in stores on the mainland are in place to keep the carts within their parking lot. Our parking lot is mostly the public street. So if you want to impose a containment, are you going to put it all the way down the 200 block of Sumner? Are you going to put it halfway up the 300 block of Sumner? Are you going to put it over on Catalina Street? What area are you going to define that they need to keep the carts within? I don't think it was a problem for Vaughn's to go out and pick up the carts. Vaughn's has told me that they've only ordered 50 grocery carts. And so it's imperative on Vaughn's to keep those carts in the store. It's in their best interest to go out and pick them up and keep them on the property. But we've got this disconnect on what we approved, what condition we imposed, and what condition we didn't. Vaughn's store is ready to open. They didn't put in a containment, and there's a certain amount of money involved in that. So I don't know.
But,
And
we
I
made no
think it's-
promises to them. They haven't changed
Right.
their position. And okay.
I think what the planning departments and staff's thought on the containment plan, or I mean on the retrieval plan, is that Vaughn's has said, we'll do it 7 days a week within an hour notice. I think they're going to go through it twice on their own without.
Okay, and this is
without-
my experience. I
Right.
live on Calle del Sol. Think about Calle del Sol. And there is a shopping cart in front of my apartment every day during the summer. how does somebody get a shopping cart up to Moncton? They go up Beacon, which is, you know, like a 90% grade, or they hump it over the museum stairs. I mean, but it's there.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, so my experience with the retrieval and where it's located now, how much further those carts are going to be dispersed throughout the community, my initial sense is, I think I want
But there's
And I
no,
think-
there's
to
no
contain
retrieval
them
plan
within-
now, right?
They haven't turned it.
I approved a retrieval
No,
plan.
but there is no retrieval plan to the existing Vons. They're not shipping a truck out there to pick up the carts
They
from.
used to, but I don't think they're
I don't-
doing
I
it.
don't think
I
they
don't know what they're doing.
I don't think there's any requirement on them. I don't know.
Not on the existing.
Yeah.
And I think one of the factors in the dispersal of the Vons grocery stores at the existing location is not just that people take them home with their groceries, because they're downtown in the more central location next to the hotels, next to the beach, closer to the walkway. I think you saw divers using them. I think they got used for a lot of other purposes than just carrying groceries. And I think at a certain amount of that contributed to the dispersal of the carts, that they weren't necessarily just being used for that person who doesn't have a golf cart or that person who's willing to walk, but they want to get their groceries home. So, but I think it's ultimately up to you, according to the city attorney, it's up to you to decide what to do with it.
Mr. City Attorney, sir? Let's say that we go along with the retrieval plan that's been filed by Vons, and let's say 6 months down the road, we find that it's not working.
Then tonight you can say that we'll have a certain month number experimental program, see how it is, and then it'll come back for the council for a report on whether it works or not.
But only you don't live in the flats, right?
There's a shopping cart 2 doors down from where I live.
There's way more shopping carts in front of my house than I live on Descanso. So.
Yes, ma'am.
I personally would just rather have them
Kathleen
contained.
Hill Carlisle, 311 East Whitley. So I was at all the meetings, I watched the tapes again, and from my impression of it, there's this exchange between Ole and Scott at the very end where he's saying, you started to read something and it didn't include cart containment, and everybody in the audience went, whoa, and then wait a minute, and there was this little discussion, and Ole's like, okay, cart containment, and you say yes, cart containment, and then it's done. And so I don't know how from that, with all of us sitting here thinking, yay, we got cart containment, that was the final approval, that it didn't end up in the writing, and I hear you saying that there was this, and then this, and this, and then they didn't see it in the writing, whatever. If there's a law right now that says you have to call cart containment, there's not?
There's not.
There's not.
Okay. So I completely, and a lot of people in this town, agree that carts should be contained. And being somebody who often drove a car when we had the cart containment and had to push past those things, it was super easy to know where you were parked before you left the store. And you just said, hey, Ryan, when you unlock the wheel? And he said, okay, and you walked to the thing and you brought it right back. But you had to ask to unlock the wheel. It wasn't that big a deal. People who are going to use it for scuba gear aren't going to ask to unlock a wheel. So the cart containment worked. It did keep the carts in that area. I don't think it's that big of a deal to figure out how to do it again. And it certainly is easy to ask one of the staff, the bag people, to just unlock the cart for you. It takes a couple seconds. So because this thing's already going to cause like some traffic issues and figure out parking issues, I don't think we need the cart problem on top of it. So why don't we not let the carts go all over the place at first, and then later on down the road, if people are really saying, I really need to push the cart home, the cart containment's a pain in the butt, then address it. But why don't we do it like conservatively at first and then let them go all over town? Because I really think almost everybody here that was listening to all of you, and the final vote were only like 2 or 3 of you got to actually vote on this thing. We all had the impression that cart containment was happening. And from what I looked at in the recording, it looked like Ole had that impression too. So I don't know how he sees it now, but the soundproofing that you talked about with the windows, my impression as well. I didn't go and look at the plans, but I saw that they were going to put soundproofing inside the bay. So I wouldn't think that there would be openings if there was soundproofing. And I know that trucks have to go underground, so there's obviously venting that can be done that doesn't require just opening. I was walking by there today, and I heard two people in the bay talking. I heard just soft voices talking outside on Catalina Avenue through the openings. So it doesn't matter how much soundproofing you put in, there's openings. And then the lighting. So we need a dimmer on Catalina Avenue. Okay.
There are other alternatives besides containment and retrieval. So you can also, there are systems in many places, all over the place, where you have to pay to get a cart and you get your money back when you bring the cart back. So it is not only an incentive to get your money back, but there's not a kid on this island that if you knew you were going to get $1 because you saw a cart on the street, you might be perpetrating some kind of like, let's make this a community effort to get the carts back to where they belong. So I don't think it could possibly be, because these systems are all over the place. I'm sure Vons knows about them. It would seem to me to be less costly than a containment system. So I'm offering that as well, and it wouldn't, I don't know, it just seems like we're just looking at those two things, and there's other things we could be doing.
The council could also give Vons a deadline to have a containment system in, so it wouldn't delay the opening if they're going to have to do some infrastructure and put it in. Because there was this disconnect between Vons and staff and city manager, the city attorney's office. Everyone, we looked at the condition differently based upon our experience from what happened there. So you could do that. You could just say you're going to have this containment system in place by a certain date. Try it for a number of months, and then come back to the council.
Isn't that changing the conditions of approval?
No, because it says that, again, it's not changing the conditions of approval. It says that you may have a retrieval plan. And so you're looking at what is the council's determination as to what a containment system is, and when do you have to have it up and running.
I didn't think the question that was raised is, if you do a containment system, how much do you contain?
Well, that's also it. There was not. Again, state law regulates what you do if you were going to have a retrieval system, but leaves it wide open to city. If you were going to impound, yes.
We are not.
Yes, if you're going to impound. If you're not, then state law.
But I think Paula raises a good question, and it seems to me that Vons really needs to have some presence and some. I would think that they have some skin in the game here, that they should weigh in. So maybe
they did the quarter thing. Remember that before the containment, they had to put the quarter in to unlock the cart. They were daisy trained together, and then when you took the cart back, you got your quarter back.
I don't remember that. Yeah. When was that?
They gave you a little card, you stick in the thing.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when
I
was a kid, that used to
card.
happen, and it wasn't very motivating to take the carts back because you were able to stick your popsicle stick in the back part.
Right.
instead of-
Oh, that's
there you
right.
go. And pull the quarter out.
Right.
And then I walked away with the quarter, but not the cart.
Yeah, that's right. Whatever they had was pretty janky. Now that I think about it.
Easy to beat.
Yeah. But, I mean, and in some ways I think what Kathleen was talking about does address, because that was my concern, for people who are not going to be able to, carry their groceries to wherever their car is parked, what steps are taken to help those people. But if Vons is willing to unlock them.
They did it all the time for me.
Yeah.
I just didn't know that. They tell you, if you go, I have a car parking, I mean, well, I know that I'm talking about people that don't live here and go to Monzo.
Our summer visitors.
Their own little, yeah.
What's-
They'll encourage people to bring their own little shopping carts.
Yeah, so they need.
What's the pleasure? Oh, yes, ma'am.
No, I was gonna play devil's advocate and say, okay, I asked them to unlock the cart. I push it over to Bahia Vista and I leave it on the side of the street.
Yeah, no.
So, but I understand, I've had people do that, I did that too. You ask them to unlock it so you can push it up to your car, but once it's unlocked, it goes everywhere and you still have to be, so maybe we need a hybrid. Maybe we need a containment with, also with a retrieval component. If they're gonna be unlocking the carts so people can take them.
Yeah. I don't know, I still return to the idea, I'm not in the shopping, business. Those carts are expensive. I mean, so I think they have an incentive to come up with a plan where they get them and they have them. So I would like to throw this back on Vons and say, we want a containment system, but we want you to propose what it's gonna look like. And these are kind of our
Let's have a
concerns.
deadline before the season starts.
Yeah, maybe just go ahead and put something in.
Put
down.
something in and before it starts.
Right.
So it's not changing the condition, it's just how you're enforcing the condition, and just give us a date.
Okay.
How are you gonna fix it? Because they're supposed to open in 15 days.
Well, no, but no. They're gonna open without you're gonna give them a date to come forward with the
But my recollection
containment
was that
system.
magnetic thing took a day to install. I mean, I don't think that's any.
They did that in less than a couple of days.
Right.
And it actually, in some cities that we represent, the grocery stores actually like the containment system, because from their view is, if we put it in and carts go beyond that, it's not our fault.
Wow. I still think that we should add in a requirement that each of the carts has a placard that says what number you call in order to have the cart picked up, and they have to do that in a reasonable amount of time.
And there's a certain provision in state law that say what you have on those, which then, so we can have them put that information on it, but give us a date that you want them to have
I think
the
45
containment
days
system.
I just wanted you to know that oftentimes I just remembered when I would ask them to unlock the cart, the bag person would usually come with me to the vehicle. So maybe when they knew it was unlocked, that happened a lot.
How do you get all this special treatment, Kelly?
You're special.
I asked.
You are special.
Okay.
The mom said it never gets staff.
There's a suggestion upon the floor. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, what do we want to give them, 30 days, 40 days? What
I
do you
said
think?
45, but
45 days from today, or 45 days from the date that they open?
yeah.
45 when they open.
They open? Okay.
When they open, you think that?
No, I meant from today. I mean,
Oh,
aren't they
from today?
working on it now?
45 from
Yeah.
today?
Why can't they be working
What
on
is
this
their,
now?
what's the schedule for their opening?
The 30th.
That's
Yeah.
in a couple of weeks, right? That still gives them 3 weeks, yeah.
45
days
days
from
would be
today?
put them into
45 from
end
today?
of February, right?
Yeah, 45 from today.
Yeah.
End of
Okay.
February. Okay.
All right.
And are
Can we
we,
get a motion?
okay. Yeah, okay. So I'll move that bonds be directed to install a containment system within 45 days of today, and that they also include instructions on carts for a number where, in compliance with state law, as to how the cart can be, you can call to have a cart picked up.
Retrieval.
And in compliance with condition number 11.
Right, correct.
So you modified, Mr. Hernandez, are you going to second?
I'll second it.
I'll call for any discussion from the audience. Call for the question.
All ayes.
Well, no, 3 ayes,
Three
and
ayes.
2 abstains.
And then what about the rest of the conditions? Do you want to go through those? Or Amanda, do you want to talk about number 7? Because you're...
Yeah, this is a no-brainer.
Number 7 is yours.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know that we need discussion. This is, what are we going to do about the fact, because we turned down the idea of expending huge monies to take out that area of the street for parking. So I think we just make a determination that we've eliminated that condition of approval, right? Is that
makes sense.
essentially what we're doing?
I think
still
on
the
number
cost, though.
7, you guys had already, the council had already decided that they didn't want to pay for the diagonal parking right now. And Mr. Greenlaw says that he's already asked you to approve accepting the Vaughn's financial participation in the improvements in the intersection as satisfying that requirement.
Okay, I'm agreeable to that.
A couple other, go ahead.
So, you know, that would be the intersection improvements and then the reprogramming of the parking, those costs. So we split all those things 50/50.
No, I think that's
Okay,
really
then
fair.
now-
So that's good. That's good. Now,
Then
that
I'm
sounds like a good solution.
Maybe I'll just hit a couple of ones that people have asked about. The inclusionary housing, they are going to have to satisfy that. They've got some time after the store opens, go through the first peak season, then they got to compare their employee numbers after the first peak season with the numbers from the last peak season at the existing store. So that's something that's going to be taken care of after they've been open. Trash. They provided a trash enclosure. Currently, they have an exterior cardboard baler. They will have an interior cardboard baler, and they've also provided a plan showing where they're going to be doing their composting. I didn't know this, but all of the cardboard bales go back to the mainland in the Vaughn's trailers, so those don't even go out to our
They're
landfill.
worth money.
And because of the expansion of the deli, they also put in a grease interceptor. It's in the parking lot on the Sumner side, so they installed that. Aeronautical's already reconfigured their parking lot. They have, the building official has gone down and measured the light coming off the property, and it's within the foot candles of what was required in their plans, and they've already replaced the sconces on the exterior of the building. They used to be like a white glowing sconce, so they had light coming out from the light and up and below. They've already replaced those, so now it's just up lighting on the building and down. Let's see.
But on lighting, I am hearing from people in Catalina that it's pretty obnoxious.
But the plans imposed, I'm sorry.
There's like a service door that's straight across from you that's just exceptionally bright. I don't know what that bulb is, but you can see it.
So it's not one of the regular sconces, Kathleen? It's a service light? Okay.
They replaced the sconces. So they were just these white, all like about this tall, and they replaced it with a dark vertical board. But instead of just having lights at the bottom of this dark vertical thing, there's lights at the top. So it's still bright. It's not as bright. And then, so there's 3 of those or so on our side of the street, even with bedroom windows. And then there's about 6 things where they're going to put plants. So it's a recess with a white wall. And there's a floor light shooting up at that white wall. There's like 6 of those. And it's very stark shooting on that white wall. Maybe when the plants grow, it will dim it. But one night there was dirt on one of the lights, and it was perfect. It gave it that soft kind of orange glow, like, you know how we change street lights to orange lights to make it nicer for neighborhoods? Yeah. I mean, it messes up people's circadian rhythm and sleeping, and it messes up animals. But when it had that dirt over that one light, it still was a light, and it was beautiful. So if they just changed the bulbs to that kind of soft orangey stuff, it might be just fine. But the lights, the service light now over the utility door is like this major 6 little bulb, like bright thing. So the guy working there took cardboard, and he made a little cardboard shield out of it and asked me if that made it better. It did, because it kept it from shining directly into the bedrooms, but it's still shining onto that white door, and it's still very bright because it's just extremely bright lights.
Okay.
So if they could just tone down the lights. Interestingly, right now, for some reason, all the lights are off.
Yeah.
On Catalina Avenue. And so I took a film walking up the street, and I'm like, this is so beautiful. And then I thought when they turned back on, I'd take another film, but I haven't turned them back on yet.
I'll suggest that to them, and we can certainly talk to them about that utility light. But we measured it, and they're within the required limits.
But I think we're all working on the assumption that they want to be good
Right.
neighbors. Yeah.
Right, and it helps us to have the lighting at least sufficiently on the west side of Catalina, because it puts light on the sidewalk.
Right.
And let's see, we're actively pursuing some issues with their drainage. We're talking about their no-rise certification. We got an initial hydrology report today, and we're waiting on some more information about that. We've already talked about the truck.
Have they said anything about grocery delivery?
No.
Okay.
They said, I know. I haven't talked to somebody.
Yeah, tell everybody.
Undisclosed, anonymity. To do home delivery like they do on the mainland, they would need an area about the size of this area right here. And they said in the store right now, like everything is maxed out and planned, and there's no area that big. And so it is extremely unlikely that they would ever do home delivery, at least them doing it. That's what I was told.
Okay. Thanks, Kathleen.
We got the agreement from CISA about the windows. We had CISA reached an agreement to do dual pane windows in all of the affected properties. We had one property owner that wanted triple pane windows because they already had dual pane windows. And I think Vons politely said, no, they were only obligated to do dual pane. The recycling is something we're going to be following up later. Vons cannot request an exemption from Cal Recycle until later on this summer, July, I believe. They currently have an exemption at the existing store, and that's why they don't do any type of recycling at the existing store. So the condition says if it's required by state law and to the extent. So I think my impression from speaking to Cal Recycle is that they're going to notify us when that exemption is requested, and the city could weigh in, the public could weigh in, and voice their opinions about whether or not Vons should be granted that, allowed that exemption where they don't have to do.
And
they don't have to allow people to
even
turn
if
their
it's two
stuff
different
in.
addresses? Would it be two different addresses, right? Is that from the existing bonds? Is that carrying over to the new bonds? Is that what you said?
No, my understanding is that they have to request a new exemption at the new
Oh,
store.
they have from the new store.
But they only issue them twice a year,
Okay.
and they only issue them after the store opens. So the next time that they're going to do them is July. So that's the soonest that Vons would even be able to request. We've had some conversations within staff about what Vons is going to be required to do between now and July. So between now and July, they are going to have to come up with some kind of plan.
And I assume that based upon previous comments of the city council, that when that official waiver comes up, that your direction would be to fight that waiver and to have them have recycled requirements. So I don't want to have to come to bring that back to the council unless you want to. But we would object to any waiver when that officially comes
The
up.
only question I had, which I don't know that I have a full understanding, is under our agreement for trash pickup, is there some expectation that our rates are lower because CR&R is getting the monies from those recycling?
Actually, we get
Share the
50% of that.
What's that?
We share the CRV.
Okay,
Yeah.
we share it with them.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We
it
did
does
talk-
lower
We
rates.
did talk to Jay Fowler about that today and just make sure he was aware of it. and
So
to
that
see if there's
effectively
impact.
lowers rates.
Yeah, that's
If
one of
they
the
make-
things.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
well,
South
no. The city gets, what we do is we get money back.
No, I understand. The
And then
city
it-
gets half of the money, but the money that goes to the trash company, presumably, it helps to keep the rates lower. It's revenue to them. So if you remove that revenue,
I don't think the contract's written that way. It's like found money. Like they get the money off the construction debris too.
And I do think that when CR&R got the contract, Cat Bev was still,
Reset.
I think so. Because at one point, weren't they taking all the cans and?
I think so, yeah.
And he-
They'll
They were
still get
taking
the
all the
majority of it.
aluminum cans.
So did the voters vote on giving up their CRVR that they paid to give to the city or to the trash collectors?
When you throw it in the trash, you're giving it away.
If I don't have anywhere to take it, I don't have a choice.
You take it to the mainland.
yeah. It's yours.
Yeah, it's yours. I mean,
It's mine. Okay.
And if Bonds was required to have a
CRV vending machine where you put your can in there and get your little.
Like a reverse thing, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think a lot of people, I mean, some people are gonna do that.
Okay,
I don't
because
think
that
others
was
will.
my only hesitation is if somehow our trash rates are lower because the company has an expectation that they're
No,
going
I
to make a
don't-
certain amount of money through that.
I don't remember that at all. I remember it was more focused on the construction debris, which
Well, I
was
know
the
that that was the
profit.
reason why we adopted an ordinance that prohibited people from taking cans out of the garbage because they were making money off the recyclables.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't the same rationale apply?
I just don't remember that when we entered
Maybe
into that
not.
contract.
Okay. And I don't know how much money is involved. I mean, it may be negligible.
A nickel a can,
Yeah.
nickel a bottle.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So do we need to do anything else?
Is there anything else you guys have any questions about?
Yeah, I just want to make sure. So in the Bay Area where the windows were supposed to go, are they going in or they're not going in?
First, I'm going to look at the plans and see if the plans include
Okay.
windows. The condition of approval, let's see if it describes the loading bay. Included louvers, you think it did?
Yeah, I just remember it being they were going to put whatever materials they were. It was going to be sound deadening materials in that area. It'd be like the cone of silence when you went in
Because they
there.
back up with
Right.
in the bay. Correct. You left an opening
Right.
on the top of that.
Well, that's why we
Yeah.
have to correct that.
But he says they have a venting problem, possibly. So fire stations have venting problems too, but there's certain stuff that you could hook up to your apparatus to take all the
And I
emissions out of the Bay Area.
I spoke to Tony Smith about this issue, and I just haven't heard back from him on what they were going to do to put in those openings.
Okay.
So
Good enough.
there should be something forthcoming.
Do we need a motion? I don't think we need a motion. I don't think we need a motion. We don't need a motion.
We got direction.
We got direction. Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, ma'am. You gonna do it, folks?
I'll meet the other folks.
Okay, now we're up to number
16.
He had probably about 5, 6.
Are we at,
Roughly.
oh, I think there's a.
But Dan says if you want to take 17 out of order, he'd be happy.
Dan who? I'll be Dan. I'll be Dan.
Oh, that's 16 is a storefront thing, or street fitting.
Give Amanda a break.
Oh,
See you
so
later.
I think there's-
Give Amanda a break.
Isn't 16 just a motion? Okay,
The growth for the growth.
Yeah, it is.
I'll have discussion here, is there?
Yeah.
You want to read 16, the title at least? Yes.
Number 16 is consideration of a planning commission resolution recommending city council adoption of the annual growth policy for the year 2019 and rescinding the water conservation policy of 2014.
So moved.
So
And
funny.
we're back. 16, here we go.
Read the title.
Okay. Any comments or discussion or clarification needed?
Yeah.
I made a motion.
Oh, made a motion. Is there a second?
Not yet, JJ.
Come on. Okay, no further comments? Call for the vote. Call for
Who was the second?
Jen.
Who seconded?
Oh, thank you, Richard.
All ayes.
Okay, item number 17. Mr. Hunky.
Ole, you want to move on this?
What's that?
So SB 946 is before you, resolution. The staff recommendation is to adopt resolution for sidewalk vendors in the city of Avalon as drafted by the Office of the City Attorney and schedule further discussion regarding the adoption of a comprehensive program for street vendors, potentially an ordinance at that point in time. SB 46 in September of 2018, Governor Brown approved the bill, which would allow street vending sales of merchandise and food on public right-of-ways, so public areas. A little bit of the wild, wild west, I think, can be considered here, and we're looking to put a resolution in place. We have had at least one individual come to us, and I've heard now a second one, potentially looking to provide vending, as I know this is a legislation that's in place. So staff is recommending that resolution goes in place, and some of the areas that we need for them to comply would be to provide a name, basically fill out information, providing name, current mailing address, phone number, provide a description of the merchandise goods to be offered for sale and the days, hours of the sales, provide a copy of a California seller's permit with tax ID, secure a City of Avalon business license, secure a City of Avalon encroachment permit, secure appropriate level of liability insurance, which I think we need to determine, naming the city as additionally insured, and then comply with all applicable County of Los Angeles health and safety codes and all other laws adopted by the City of Avalon. So we do have some abilities. The abilities are to provide for safe and meet all health codes, and that's where we can kind of chime in on this. But other than that, they have got the ability, those interested and meet those requirements, to vent on our sidewalks, barring there's 36 inches clearance. They're not providing hazardous areas, and they're meeting all these obligations.
And if I could just, there are certain regulations that the state law says we can do, and if you look on section 2 of the resolution, it's A through G. A, B, C, D, and G are all standard state conditions that most every city that has done this have adopted. And then E and F. E is the big one. That's an encroachment permit, which allows us to do basically health, welfare, and safety conditions of approval. Some cities have allowed that to be done through the encroachment permit process. Other cities, like for instance, Calabasas, have fleshed that out in their regulations as to what they mean by time, place, and manner in terms of hours, where you do it, and stuff like that. So what we're doing is we're putting these in place today so that we can immediately start regulating these, and then if the council wants to, we can come back and flesh out what those time, place, and manner restrictions are at a later date. State law allows us to do this via resolution, so you don't have to do it via an ordinance and 2 readings and 30 days later. So that's what we've done here.
Okay, but if we sign it today, do we have a certain time to do this in?
No.
Okay.
No.
So if we don't
But
do it.
if we don't do anything, then it's just free for all.
Okay, but the thing is, if we don't do it today, let's say we signed this today, I could come up tomorrow, give you everything you need, but since you haven't given me all the other little limits, I could go.
No. They're going to get, if they've satisfied everything here, which includes the big one is going to the state of California and getting your license
No, there
for
is.
vending.
I don't know where you're getting that. I looked everywhere. I didn't see any requirement of a state permit.
It's a
tax ID.
Where is it? It's a seller's permit.
That's like an online form. It's an online form.
The health department is more critical.
And you have to get the health department's approval, and then you do an encroachment permit, which is an over-the-counter encroachment permit, which the city manager would approve because this is not a permanent structure. Okay. And at that point, we put in the time, place, and manner restrictions in terms of hours.
The city of LA adopted an ordinance where they established no vending zones. I think that we need to do that. I think I strongly feel that having vending carts on Front Street is not workable, and that there's definitely findings that we could make to support that.
Okay.
And I'll defer to you, but I'm just saying they established in high tourism, like Staples Center, other areas like that, they created no vending zone. So
can you do that?
If somebody's going to be challenged, it's going to be them.
Well, that's private property.
Because
Staples Center is private property.
You can ban it in certain, there's certain
No,
areas
there are
within
public
parks,
areas.
and there's, if you're having a street fair and stuff like that, there's certain areas that you can ban it. Other areas you can't unless you make specific findings related to health and safety. And so LA
Well,
may
that's
have
what
done
I'm
that and
saying,
stuff.
that's that.
Okay, but, but my, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Ollie.
Well, I would like to strengthen G, that you have received your LA County health permit. Actually, you just-
Comply with all applicable,
But you specifically, you get the
Show
permit.
us- show us
Yeah,
the permit.
Show us the permit.
But there are things that people could be doing that wouldn't require a health permit. I mean, you could sell any kind of tchotchkes on Front
Right.
Street. Right,
Right.
Okay.
yeah.
So we would, so Denise would know, well, this is a food thing, so then she'd know, well, then there's a food
Right,
permit.
right.
Okay, but again, if we approve this today without any parameters in there, if I rush out and buy my T-shirts and get my insurance, I can show up wherever I want right now, so I don't think we.
If Denise approves it pursuant
Okay,
to an
but-
encroachment permit.
Okay, but the thing is, if she has no guidelines to go by, how is she going to deny any of them? So I think we have to hold off until we come up with our parameters. I mean, or else you're just, because they're just going to be arguing with you, why can't I? And you're going to go, well, that doesn't feel right. I mean, that's not going to work.
Well,
That's-
Annie, maybe the thing, just so that there is actually a process, is to have something prepared by staff that says, the city council, this was is preliminary, we're considering no vending zones, other kinds of standards, that it's not a guarantee.
And this could be 3 to 4 months before it happens.
Well, but it's a resolution, so it's effective the minute you do it.
That's
So
why
we
I'm
could-
saying
so we
don't
could-
sign it
so we could-
today. That's why I'm saying I don't think we can sign it today.
It's not going, well, not signing it's not going to stop anything. It just means that nobody has to get city approval,
Yeah, that's true.
except to the extent that our encroachment permit.
And I think we can be back
program
relatively
requires
quick
it.
with an
Oh.
ordinance. I mean,
Yeah.
within 30
We can
days
come
with
back
an
at the next meeting
And I'm
with
not-
some
I mean,
suggestions.
I'm not opposed to this because I think that it provides another basis in which low-income people can make some money. I think that there's nothing wrong with that.
And
I
that's
think
an-
we need to be smart
And if it's
about it.
food, maybe people could have affordable food.
Right.
Well, and we already have members of the community selling food out of their golf carts on streets. So, I mean, let's just be fair and say that, there is a concern that maybe we're not following health and safety codes and whatnot. So I think it's important that we do something, and I think we can come back at the next meeting with additional information and at least put it in place. I am absolutely in favor of zones. I didn't realize we could do that.
Well,
So-
I'm just saying City of LA did it, and if somebody's going to get sued, it's going to be the City of LA. And let them fight it, and because the state statute's not nailed down. I mean, this was, I think, caught, the way that it's drafted, there's going to be a lot of litigation. That it's going to involve cities that have a lot higher dollars involved than we do.
I'll stick $1 million in insurance.
Well, that's in our municipal code.
Well, yeah, and that's why your municipal code says you will provide $1 million of insurance unless the council determines otherwise. So I took that out because I don't think anyone that would be a low-income street vendor is going to be able to provide $1 million in insurance. So that would be up to the city manager.
That's not the intent of it.
Yeah, and that's not the intent of it, so that wouldn't be right. 'Cause then-
Oh, that's a good question too, is how does this bill provide for the insurance? I mean, so who's responsible they're on our property?
And my understanding with Parsac is anything that is on our property is required. What's in our municipal code is $1 million, because when we have other things, we always run that by Parsac, and there's been instances where they've raised it to the $2 million, depending on what that business is.
And if we go less than $1 million, Parsec's going to get mad at us.
And then would the city become additionally insured for everybody's policy?
Yes, that's a standard condition in the encroachment permit.
But if I'm selling a T-shirt, how much liability insurance could there be?
Well,
I mean,
when
how much
somebody
would it
trips and
cost?
falls and smacks their head on the
Well, that's
corner
why
of your
it's a
thing.
matter of discussion.
Yeah,
That's why I took
appropriate
it. That's why I took the $1 million out, because it's just.
That's appropriate.
I think if you talk to Parsec, they'd be pissed if we took the $1 million out.
Yeah.
One of the things that covers the first $1 million. and they're covering everything on top of that.
If the resolution is approved tonight, can we leave it at $1 million and come back after some discussion with Parsac with any changes to that?
You can change it, yes, you can.
You can change it anytime.
You can change it to $1 million, and then we come back to the next meeting.
I mean, I agree. I think in terms of complying with the state statute, probably having more flexibility in terms of what the insurance is better than being hardline.
And we can't give them any suggestions on what we would prefer. If you're going to have a food cart, can we give recommendations?
We cannot at all.
Okay, so where are we, kids? We're going to adopt the resolution with the...
Insurance at $1 million with direction for staff to come back at the next meeting with more options for the council.
For the zoning, the zones and that kind of thing.
So moved.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and second. Comments from the community? Call for the vote.
Jim,
Oh, I'm sorry, Jim.
I changed my mind.
Within the encroachment permit process, does that give the city any purview over design aesthetics or signage or? No?
Not really, no. Yeah.
I think I don't know if you can do anything legally, but I think that might be a concern as well.
So I could drive my food cart right across the street?
Okay, we can only do things that are related to objective health, safety, and welfare concerns.
Right.
I would not.
But you couldn't drive a food cart on Front Street because we don't allow carts on Front Street.
No, but I could take it over here and park it on the roadway and have a food cart right, like they do right downtown Long Beach, that guy that's got the neon and everything. Can we regulate the lighting or anything of these things?
Well, through the encroachment permit, I mean, we were going to talk about access, we got the accessible areas for safety,
Right.
So path of travel for ADA.
Right, okay.
Where we have our largest people,
Okay.
for fire access. There's a lot of limitations we can put on that of the way we normally would operate all the way throughout the year. And I think that's
Okay.
going to be your biggest tool to be able to restrict some of those areas just by that alone. Because you would think just even on a normal sidewalk, even if it was 10 feet wide, we got to have an accessible path of travel for two wheelchairs to pass each other, and that's 5 feet.
Wow.
And then we have parking, and then we have to get out of those out of those carts to get onto that accessible path of travel. So you can see how that could build up.
Okay.
And just so you know what's coming, for purposes of what is an objective reason, perceived community animus or economic competition does not constitute objective health, safety, and welfare concern.
Translate that.
Right.
Translate that.
So that means that just because people don't like it, or they don't, or they think that it's going to hurt their businesses, state law has said you cannot prohibit it because of that. Period.
Okay, well,
And so this is one of these local controls.
The question's going to be to what constitutes a sidewalk for purposes of this ordinance, because that's where people are allowed to vend, is on sidewalks, and we have a lot of areas where I realize, is that a sidewalk? So the path that takes you through the park across the street, is that a sidewalk for purposes of this statute? I don't know.
I think so. It's not wide enough.
Hey, Pawnee.
Well, it's wider than anything any front of my house sidewalk.
Right.
It is any upon a public sidewalk or other pedestrian path. Pedestrian path. So that's basically,
Okay.
it widens it. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Wow.
Well, there's a motion and a second.
I can't believe
Call for the vote.
Okay.
That was an
Thank you, Jerry Brown.
interesting thing. Yeah, and that was an interesting one.
All I.
Thank you. Item number 18.
I don't know, that 6 a.m. boat came early this morning.
There's no Devon. Oh, ad hoc committee. This is you,
This is
Pam.
Pam.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's prepared by
no, I
Devin
can do this very
Thompson.
quickly. Okay, but I just have to
I thought
find
she
my
was looking at
notes.
her notes.
I just have to find my notes. Oh, yeah.
Join the protest. All the information available to Hamilton Peace Force.
17. Oh, where did I write it? Oh, well. Okay, so this item is our monthly report on what's happening with regard to the Edison's rates and related matters. I think everybody received a copy of in the mail, a notice that Edison had filed an advice letter, which is a slightly more informal process, requesting, and this is probably the easiest and least objectionable of the things that are coming down the line. So whenever they have a general rate case, the Public Utilities Commission does all sorts of studies and determines what amount of money it takes for them to run the plants, to provide the water, and to make a designated amount of profit, which is like 7.9% or something. So when there was the big rate case in 2010, which was eventually settled in 2011, it was determined that the amount it takes to provide our water service and provide them with a profit is $4.13 billion.
Million.
Million.
Jeez.
Okay, this is why I shouldn't be doing this when it's almost 10 o'clock. And the positive thing to take away from that is, in 2010, when they first filed their request for a rate increase, they claimed that it was $7.22 million. And thanks to the hard work of Norris Bishton and a lot of other people, that number was cut back. So we've already won on that issue. Right. So this is not to collect the amount that going back, it's from this time going forward, that we are not generating enough because we've reduced our water usage so much that if you take the amount of the gallons that they're selling and the amount that they're charging, it doesn't add up to 4.13 billion. So that is what this advice letter is to correct, that they need to change the rates in order to get that 4.13 billion. Million.
Who are you working for?
I hit my point where I'm not going to be good for anything at all. But they also kind of stuck in some other kinds of mechanisms that they want to employ in terms of reducing the amount of water that they think they're going to sell. So the formula when they figure rates is how much water are we going, how many gallons are we going to sell, how many people, how many customers do we have, and how much are we charging per gallon. I mean, that's basically the formula. So it takes some guesswork. They know how many customers, but they don't know how much we're going to use. So they've looked at prior usage, they've guesstimated it, but what they're claiming is, well, if we're wrong, then we want to go back and charge you because we were wrong. And we're kind of saying, no, actually, you bear the risk of that. That's part of what the protest is, and a couple of other things. But really, this is probably the easiest of the various things that we know they're going to claim. So I just wanted to remind people, and I think it's important that people should get up to date on what this is about, and feel free to file comments with the Water Division, who will be reviewing this. I asked, Devin was nice enough to run off pieces of paper that have, so Norris Bishton is really our main lawyer on this, and he has set up a website, well, it's the homeowner's website, but he has links on that website to the protest, the application itself, the protest that was filed, some basic facts, some other information. And so if you want to pick up a piece of paper there, it has the website address, and we'll put that somehow on the city's website or whatever. And I encourage people to go and look at that, or to contact either Oli or I if you have any questions. And that's my update.
And one other thing is there's a little bit mix in the way they figure the rate split between the commercial and residential.
Yeah.
Or it's been 50-50, now it's
60-40. Right, but again, that's based on usage patterns.
Usage?
Yep.
And that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Pam. That was very thorough and Oli. And we are going to go into closed session, so we'd like to say goodnight to Tony.
Good night.
Thank you all for coming.
We have 3 closed sessions, 2 existing litigations, Burke versus Avalon, Island Enterprises versus Avalon, conference with real property negotiators on the Avalon fuel dock, and public employee dismissal release.
That's 4.
Four, sorry.
And we are back from closed session. Council?
No reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned.